Chapter 527. Humph. You are courting death. Attack. Cripple everyone for me. The dwarf coldly snorted and had a look of disdain on his face. Against Yi Qinghan's attack, his short body didn't retreat. The square-shaped gray hammer in his hand glowed with a white light as it smashed towards Yi Qinghan's head. The moment the hammer left his hand, it immediately grew bigger and bigger. Furthermore, its speed was getting faster and faster. With a terrifying pressure, it collided with Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade. Bang! Yi Qinghan felt a huge force smashing against the slaughter god blade. He felt an intense pain in his palm, and the slaughter god blade was nearly sent flying. His chest felt stuffy, and even the soul chaos that he was about to release was stopped. His body was also sent flying by this terrifying force. Damn, this dwarf is so strong. A casual attack from him is actually so powerful. Is this the metal elemental law? Yi Qinghan quickly kicked a few times in the air to stabilize his body. He activated his divine senses and felt a few air-piercing sounds coming from behind him. He immediately activated his absolute domain, and at the same time, a purple light lit up. His body twisted forcefully, and the slaughter god blade drew a semicircle in the air as it swept behind him. Swish, swish, swish. A black light flashed, and 3 human heads floated in the air. At the same time, 3 divine crystals and interspatial rings floated up. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses to scan the surroundings. His attack had stunned the people around him. He didn't bother to collect his spoils of war. Instead, he transformed into a flood dragon and rushed towards the densely packed crowd behind him. He shot straight into the enemy's formation, courting death. Seeing that after Yi Qinghan killed 3 people, he actually rushed towards their own group of people, countless martial artists were enraged. They took out their weapons and attacked Yi Qinghan in a frenzy. However, they felt that their attacks on the black smoke around Yi Qinghan's body had no effect at all. Then they saw a bewitching purple light, and their souls instantly fainted. When they woke up, they found that their souls were being sucked out by a powerful suction force. In the blink of an eye, the few people who attacked them died instantly. Swish, swish, swish. A few more heads floated up. While everyone was still in a daze, Yi Qinghan's body continued to rush inside. Following the flash of purple light, Yi Qinghan's body began to emit black mist. Like a black spear, he pierced through the enemy's formation in an incomparably domineering manner. Everywhere he passed, heads flew into the air, and he was like a ferocious wolf charging into a flock of sheep. With a flip of his hand, he beheaded a group of them. And he was unstoppable. Bullshit! Low-level divine generals, get out of my way. Your attacks are useless against him. In just a few seconds, more than 10 heads had floated up. Everyone was shocked. The first to react was the dwarf warrior leader. He stomped heavily on the ground and shot up. While he was in midair, he roared angrily. At the same time, the hammer in his hand smashed towards Yi Qinghan furiously. Swish! Yi Qinghan's divine senses had already locked onto the dwarf warrior. When the dwarf warrior swung his hammer, Yi Qinghan immediately stopped. His footsteps, which were originally moving towards the left, suddenly changed direction. At the same time, he stopped releasing his soul chaos. Instead, he slashed his saber at a divine general martial artist next to him. With the help of the intense energy explosion, Yi Qinghan's body bounced back and shot towards the right. Boom! The giant hammer swelled with the wind and smashed into the crowd. 2 low-level divine generals and several celestial gods were smashed into pieces, and a deep crater was formed on the ground. The dwarf warrior ignored the smashed warriors on the ground. He opened his palm and grabbed the air retrieving his hammer. Divine power radiated from his body as he prepared to continue smashing towards Yi Ching Han. Boss, stop smashing. Let's go after him. A divine general dressed in fiery red armor panicked. If this continued, Yi Ching Han would still be alive. Most of the people on his side would probably be smashed to death. He quickly waved his hand at a few high-level divine generals in the distance and rushed towards Yi Ching Han. Thunder protection. The battle here was extremely intense, but the situation on Niu Potion's side was extremely strange. As countless red-armored warriors charged towards Niu Yanhua, her body suddenly lit up with a white light. This light was like a scorching sun that enveloped everyone in the firework tribe. No one on the outside could see what was going on inside. Then, a white shield quietly formed. The red-armored divine generals' attacks all landed on the shield. It was as if they had smashed into a quagmire. There was not the slightest ripple. Thunder protection? It must be the Thunder God's protection. This little girl is not from the Thunder tribe. She is from the Thunder God tribe of the 10 ancient God tribes. Ha! Attack that shield with all your might. I want to see how long she can last. As long as I can get her, I will reward you handsomely. The strange phenomenon immediately attracted the dwarf's attention. When he saw the shield that was like a scorching sun that no one dared to look at, his eyes lit up with ecstasy. He no longer went after Yi Ching Han. Instead, he used the small hammer in his hand and smashed it hard at the shield. Ha! Silver Spear Dance. Wind Dragon dominates the world. Inside the white shield, several silver spears suddenly flew out. Countless energy waves covered the sky and covered the earth. They followed the spears and attacked fiercely in one direction. At the same time, the white shield also moved quickly. Wherever the spearheads swept past, cracks would appear in space, making it seem as if the spears were faintly discernible in the air. It was extremely strange. At the same time, the spearheads gave off a heart-shaking aura, and they were as fast as lightning. Out of the dozens of martial artists in front of him, only 2 experts in red armor were sent flying. The rest of the low-level martial artists were smashed into pieces by the spear and the various energy waves behind it instantly disappearing from the world. As soon as the gnome leader saw him shout, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, dozens of his subordinates died. He could not help but smash the small hammer in his hand even more crazily. His face became extremely ferocious. He shouted in a deep voice that sounded like the beating of a drum, "Everyone be careful. Their silver spears have doubled their attack power under the Thunder God's protection. Spread out and attack from afar. This little girl has not grown up yet. She will not be able to hold on for long. As long as the Thunder God's protection is broken, they will all die. Kill her. Run." Looking at the white shield and the silver spears pressing down on the crowd, they listened to the leader's angry roar. Many low-level martial artists panicked and scattered in all directions. As they retreated, they released energy attacks at the white shield. However, as they fled in panic, they did not notice that there was a terrifying warrior behind them. He was currently moving through the crowd and rushing towards them. A man who was breathing black fog like a devil was rushing towards the densely packed crowd. Behind him was a group of god generals in red armor. They roared angrily as they chased after him. Yi Ching Han did not bother fighting with the few peak god general experts behind him. After breaking through to the god general realm, with his dense divine power, the power of his absolute domain had increased tremendously. Every time the peak god general experts attacked his absolute domain, he would make use of the powerful force to increase his speed and bounce back towards the group of low-level warriors. Then he would release his body fusion battle technique and kill a group of low-level warriors. Kill, Kill, kill. Those who block me will die. The frenzied massacre had caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to turn bloodshot after the slaughter god blade absorbed the souls of close to 100 low-leveled martial artists. The black glow on the blade grew brighter and brighter. The more souls the slaughter god blade absorbed, the more negative emotions it had for Yi Qinghan. The bloodlust in its heart was also getting stronger. Right now, it had almost entered a half-crazed state. His heart was filled with the desire to kill all his enemies and turn them into mincemeat. Boss, wake up. If this goes on, you will go crazy. You will become a madman who only knows how to kill. Xiao He was very clear about Yi Qinghan's current state. He was very worried as he sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Crazy? Ha ha. In this situation, if I don't go crazy, I will die. If they want to kill me, I will kill all of them. Ha ha. Let's die together. Who dares to block me? After hearing Xiao He's voice transmission, Yi Qinghan's eyes became even redder. His speed increased again, and the slaughter god blade in his hand shone brightly. Without any hesitation, he continued to slash at the warriors around him. Chapter 5:28. Chaotic, very chaotic. The situation in the field was a mess. 4 peak god generals were chasing Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan didn't fight them head-on. Instead, he chased after the weaker martial artists. Niu Huihua desperately used the Thunder God protection to block everyone's attacks. Niu Patian and the others used the Thunder God protection to chase after all the mid to low-level masters. The gnome leader and a group of masters chased after the Thunder God protection from behind and smashed it. The most pitiful ones here were the heavenly gods and the low-level divine generals. It looked like the firework tribe had the upper hand. More than half of the hundreds of martial artists brought by the dwarf chief had been killed. But Yi Qinghan and Niu Patian knew very well that if this went on, they would all die. The ones they killed were all relatively low-level warriors, and there weren't many casualties among the 50 or so warriors in red armor. They were all level 3 heavenly gods, and there were 7 or 8 peak god generals. Once Yi Qinghan expended too much god power, Niu Huihua couldn't hold on any longer, and the lightning god protection would be broken. They would be torn to shreds by the enraged enemies. But what else could they do besides killing each other? Niu Patian was only a level 3 god general. Niu Zhantian and the rest were even weaker. Some were level 2 god generals, while others were level 1 god generals. As for Yi Yaorao and the rest, they were pitifully weak. Once the lightning god protection was broken, they would be killed instantly. Escape? Where could they escape to with their speed? SSS. As time passed, demons began to appear in the surroundings, attracted by the battle here. The scene became even more chaotic, and it was a complete mess. Damn it! If this continues, we will be finished sooner or later. Although Yi Qinghan couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart, he didn't try to do so. But he still maintained a trace of clarity. The situation was getting more and more serious. His god power had been greatly depleted. The white barrier around Niu Huihua was also getting thinner and thinner. He could vaguely see the figure inside. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of running away, but the 4 peak god generals were chasing him relentlessly. If it weren't for his disorienting step and absolute domain, he would have long since died. His blood-red eyes turned rapidly. He decided to take a gamble. As he ran, he began to quietly rush towards the group of cultivators who were blocking the evil demons and demons. He had to think of a way to kill the 4 peak divine generals behind him. Otherwise, this would be a hopeless situation. When the cultivators blocking the demons and demons in the distance saw Yi Qinghan rushing over with a sharp, cold wind, They ignored the demons in front of them and fled in panic. The more than 100 corpses on the ground proved that if this humanoid demon got close, only death awaited them. After Yi Qinghan casually killed a few warriors who were too slow, he didn't stop and rushed into the demon dweller army, looking like he was escaping wildly. As expected, the 4 peak heavenly gods were anxious. Yi Qinghan had killed so many of them. If they let him escape, given their boss's explosive temper, he would definitely tear them apart. 2 of them suddenly sped up, sending the demon dwellers in front of them flying. They circled around and directly passed by Yi Qinghan, rushing in front of him to intercept him. The 4 of them formed an encirclement, trapping Yi Qinghan in the center. SSS, SSS. The roars of the demons at the side did not cause the 5 to panic. The 5 of them swung their weapons, and the demons that they struck were immediately reduced to dust. At their level, the demons could be easily killed. Swish! The 3 of them surrounded Zhang Yi, and one of them made his move. The flexible sword in his hand spat out a red sword light. It was like a venomous snake's tongue dancing in the air. Wherever the flexible sword swept past, the space became blurry. Just in time. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned red, and a red light flashed. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. His body rushed towards the martial artist. The slaughter god saber spat out a green saber wave as it slashed at the flexible sword. Boom! Just as the 4 immortal generals had imagined, Yi Qinghan borrowed the recoil from the collision of the green saber radiance and the red sword radiance to abruptly change direction. His speed soared as he prepared to dash towards the middle of the 2 people behind him to escape. This was what he did in the past, and the 4 of them were very familiar with it. The 2 martial artists behind him carried 2 huge metal rods and smashed them down on Yi Qinghan's head. They were trying to smash him back into the encirclement. However, Yi Qinghan used a strange footwork and suddenly sped up again. He barely dodged the 2 martial artists' attacks and made use of the shockwave from their attacks to increase his speed again as he rushed out of the encirclement. As expected, helplessness flashed in the 2 martial artists' eyes. Yi Qinghan was always like this. It looked like he was going to fight them head-on, but he would suddenly change his direction and make use of their attacks to escape. Furthermore, his footwork was very strange. When he ran, he left afterimages behind. His speed was so fast that they couldn't tell which was the real one and which was the fake one. He managed to escape every time. Not right. The helplessness in the eyes of the 2 cultivators suddenly changed into surprise. This was because Yi Qinghan's body turned around in midair, forcefully turning around and pouncing towards one of them. He actually wanted to fight him head-on. Good timing. This martial artist's eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. Yi Qinghan's attack might be strange, and that purple light was also very terrifying, but it was useless against them. They were still worried that Yi Qinghan wouldn't fight them head-on. They didn't expect him to deliver himself to their doorstep. Immediately, the huge rod in his hand swayed in the air and formed afterimages as it smashed towards Yi Qinghan. Bang! This martial artist's attack speed was too fast, and Yi Qinghan didn't even have time to brandish the slaughter god blade. His body was sent flying like a meteor, and the black fog that covered his body shook and almost shattered. Swish! One of the martial artists was originally rushing over, but in the blink of an eye, he saw a black meteor crashing towards them. His body tumbled in the air, and his face was filled with panic. He couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile as he raised his huge rod and prepared to kill Yi Qinghan in an instant. He wanted to destroy the black fog barrier on his body completely. Something's not right. However, when he gathered his divine power and smashed towards Yi Qinghan, he suddenly saw Yi Qinghan's body twisting strangely. Yi Qinghan's face was no longer filled with panic. Instead, it was filled with coldness. Just as he was about to be smashed by the huge rod, Jiang Yi's body transformed into an afterimage as he twisted to the side by a small step. It was this small step that allowed him to dodge the attack. The slaughter god blade in his hand turned into a black lightning as it slashed towards the martial artist's head. This blade, the martial artist's eyes were wide open as he died instantly. He only had time to utter two mosquito-like sounds before his soul was completely sucked into the slaughter god blade. The divine crystal and interspatial ring left his body, and Yi Qinghan grabbed them with one hand and kept them in his interspatial ring. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan made use of the martial artist's habitual thinking that he was going to escape again. Under his sneak attack, he made use of the slaughter god blade's perverted ability to swallow a martial artist's soul to successfully kill a peak stage god general expert. Chapter 529. This Yi Qinghan's sudden burst of strength and succeeded in killing the first divine general instantly sent a chill down their spines. They had always thought that although Yi Qinghan's strength was strange, and he could kill a group of low-level warriors in seconds, he didn't have the ability to kill a peak divine general. Now, this bloody incident proved that he had the ability, and it was far beyond their imagination. Because Yi Qinghan had killed the peak divine general instantly. Killing and instantly killing were two different concepts. Swish! Yi Qinghan stowed away the peak divine general's divine crystal and space ring. Without pausing at all, he stomped heavily on the ground and charged towards the two peak divine generals who were staring blankly at him from within the crowd of demons. What was going on? The eyes of the two peak divine generals flickered. They were still thinking about how the peak divine general had been killed in seconds. Seeing Yi Qinghan dashing towards them, they instinctively waved their soft sword and giant axe. They spat out waves of air and smashed at Yi Qinghan. Bang! Yi Qinghan's body turned into a meteor and was sent flying towards the warrior who was holding the giant stick. The two warriors even felt that he didn't dodge at all. It was as though he was using their attacks to increase his speed. Oh no! That warrior was in danger. The two warriors suddenly came to their senses and hurriedly chased after Yi Qinghan. That warrior didn't know what Yi Qinghan was trying to do. He was still doubting Yi Qinghan's strength. How could he be so powerful all of a sudden? If he could kill a peak divine general instantly, what was the point of fighting? Wouldn't it be better if he killed all of them instantly? Therefore, when he saw Yi Qinghan flying towards him like a meteor, he didn't dodge to the side. Instead, he released his divine power. The giant stick in his hand spat out black gas and released waves of horrifying waves. He smashed it towards Yi Qinghan. Bang! The absolute domain around Yi Qinghan's body finally couldn't withstand the continuous attacks. At this moment, it instantly collapsed, and the giant gray rod continued to smash heavily towards his body. However, his body didn't stop at all. He didn't have any intention of dodging. His blood-red eyes locked onto the head on the martial artist's body. The slaughter god saber in his hand slashed across the sky. He was actually risking his life to kill the martial artist. Ha ha! If you want this young master to die, then this young master will let you die first. The bloodlust in Yi Qinghan's mind grew stronger and stronger. His mind was filled with the thought of tearing the enemy in front of him into pieces. He did not care whether his body was injured or not. Bang! Bang! Two sounds rang out at the same time. One was the sound of the giant stick smashing into Yi Qinghan's body, the sound of bones breaking. There was also the dull sound of the slaughter god blade, striking the peak stage god general martial artist's head. As these two sounds rang out, Yi Qinghan's body was directly smashed to the ground. His left shoulder was a bloody mess, and his left hand hung limply. It was obvious that half of his body had been crippled. However, the peak stage god general martial artist's eyes were blank as his body fell from the sky weakly. A green divine crystal and a gray interspatial ring floated in the air. It was obvious that he had died in the exchange just now. Swish! Haha, come on. Let's die together. Yi Qinghan's body had just landed on the ground when he bounced up again. Half of his body was a bloody mess, and one of his hands was completely crippled. However, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he laughed maniacally. His eyes were bloodshot, and the strange slaughter god blade in his right hand turned into a series of afterimages. He revealed a mouth full of bloody teeth as he charged towards the remaining 2 peak stage god general martial artists. Lunatic! He's a lunatic! Yi Qinghan killed them crazily. The moment they exchanged blows, he killed them instantly. His ferocious expression, in particular, made the 2 peak stage god general martial artists' hearts turn cold. They were not afraid of death, but this was the first time they had encountered such a battle. Although they were peak stage god general martial artists, they were still humans. Humans naturally had thoughts and would be afraid. Thus, the 2 of them hesitated for a moment before they stopped moving. Then they turned around and started to escape. Kill! 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 Those who block me shall die. The slaughter god blade continuously swallowed the souls of 2 peak stage god general martial artists. Just now, it had swallowed the souls of more than 100 martial artists. Furthermore, the battlefield was filled with corpses and blood. This caused Yi Qinghan to go crazy. This was such a good opportunity, but he did not run away. Instead, he turned around and started to chase after the 2 peak stage god general martial artists. His originally delicate face had become extremely hideous. He bared his teeth in pain, and his entire body was covered in blood. He exuded a terrifying aura as if he had become a real demon in human form. Lunatic! He's a lunatic! Demon! This is a demon in human form. Run! Don't go near him. If you go near him, you will be demonized and die immediately. The situation in the battlefield became even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan was like a lunatic. His body turned into a series of afterimages as he dashed around the battlefield crazily. He slashed and killed anyone he saw. As for the 2 peak stage god general martial artists, they did not dare to fight with Yi Qinghan head-on. Instead, they started to run away in fear. Since the 2 peak stage god general martial artists were escaping, they were naturally not a match for Yi Qinghan. Wherever Yi Qinghan went, the martial artists were either killed or ran away in fear. And this situation finally attracted the attention of the dwarf Neopatian and the rest. The dwarf shouted angrily as he turned around and stopped attacking. Seeing that the thunder god protection was about to be broken, he turned around and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Big brother Yi, Lord Yi, little brother Yi. The people of the firework tribe looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered in blood and whose eyes were bloodshot. He was charging in and out of the enemy martial artists. No one dared to fight him head-on. There was not a trace of happiness or excitement. Instead, their hearts surged with the desolation of a hero at the end of his road. It was as if they had seen an invincible general surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers. Although he had the courage of tens of thousands of men, there were too many bandits. Even if he wanted to kill the enemy, he was powerless. A hero was waving the weapon in his hand as he walked towards the end of his road, towards his final destination. I'm sorry, Big Brother Yi. It's all because of me. I've harmed everyone. I'm a jinx, a source of calamity. Burn. With my blood, bestow upon me the madness of the ancient gods. Niu Hua Yan's originally pale face suddenly turned red. Her small body trembled, and her delicate lips opened abruptly. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light emitted from her body suddenly intensified. The thunder god protection, which was about to be broken, suddenly shone brightly and became even more vigorous. "Ah, young mistress, Silver Spear Dance, kill him!" Niu Patian saw Niu Hua Yan spit out a mouthful of blood. Her frail body was whiter than snow, and she was trembling uncontrollably. Niu Patian looked up to the sky and roared. The silver spear in his hand shone brightly and shot out from his hand, piercing towards a peak divine general martial artist who was attacking fiercely outside the barrier. "Kill, kill. If you want us to die, we'll let you die first." Niu Patian and the others also trembled and roared angrily. Divine power surged from their bodies, and the spears in their hands sliced through the air and became illusory. They flew towards the peak divine general martial artists outside the barrier and attacked furiously. "I was wrong. You're a good man. You're a hero. You please don't die." Yi Yaorao didn't care about the thunder god protection that suddenly shone brightly. She also didn't care about Niu Patian and the others' roars. In fact, she even stopped attacking with the silver sword in her hand. She stared at Yi Qinghan, who was covered in blood and injuries, but was still roaring angrily and killing his enemies. However, in the next second, her cold eyes suddenly became moist. Her face, which had been expressionless all this while, suddenly became extremely frightened and heartbroken. The dwarf powerhouse rushed over angrily. The metal hammer in his hand did not grow bigger this time, but its speed increased by several times. It sliced through the air and carried with it a destructive aura as it smashed towards Yi Qinghan's back. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to notice it at all. He continued to brandish the slaughter god blade in his hand and continued to kill the other two martial artists. Bang! Yi Qinghan's body flew high into the air. Blood and flesh flew everywhere on his back, revealing his white bones. He was like a kite with a broken string as he was sent flying. In front of him was a demonic aura that was sucking in and out nonstop like the mouth of a huge beast. No, when Yi Qinghan's lifeless body was completely submerged in the surging demonic aura, Niu Patian and Yi Yaorao screamed in their hearts. 2 drops of sweat rolled down their cheeks as their beautiful eyes were filled with endless loneliness and despair. For Yi Qinghan, for themselves, and for everyone else who was about to die. Chapter 530. Did he die just like that? Bing Shui and Bing Yu looked at each other and blinked. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. That brave and powerful man died, just like that. The mysterious man had disappeared just like that. That seemingly invincible man, who could always save everyone in the most dangerous time, didn't create any miracle this time. He didn't perform any epic legend. The most terrifying thing about an evil demon wasn't his body, but his demonic aura. Anyone who was enveloped by his demonic aura would be demonized without exception. And Yi Qinghan's body was completely submerged in that tumbling demonic aura. How could he not be demonized and not die? At this moment, the two of them suddenly felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. It was not only because they had lost a strong backer. Perhaps the two of them had inadvertently developed some kind of feelings for this somewhat lecherous man. Or perhaps it was because the fox grieved for the rabbit's death and felt a trace of sorrow for their fate. For a god-level warrior, appearance was no longer important. A woman's charm and attractiveness depended on her temperament. It was the quality that came from the depths of her heart that she revealed unconsciously. It was the same for men. Yi Qinghan's evil smile was enigmatic and mysterious. His words and actions revealed firmness, friendliness, confidence, and many other unique qualities of a peerless man. Unknowingly, he had already made the women in the team feel an indescribable attraction. Usually they didn't feel it, but now, when this handsome face was completely submerged in the boundless black fog, everyone suddenly came to their senses. They felt that they had suddenly lost something very important in the depths of their hearts. It made their hearts ache and break bit by bit. Kill! Bing Shui and Bing Yu's treasured swords emitted a dazzling light at the same time. They suddenly felt an inexplicable anger surging in their hearts. Only through crazy killing could they quell this anger. Only then could they pay tribute to their love that had just been ignited but was about to be extinguished. Their hearts that had been sealed for many years were just opened, but were forced to close again. How sad was this? Kill! Yi Yao Rao quickly wiped away the tears on her face. Her body emitted a cold aura that could be seen with the naked eye. She didn't know why her heart was in such a mess. She didn't know why her body was so cold. She only knew that she wanted to kill. She wanted to exhaust every ounce of energy in her body to kill. Kill! All the heavenly god martial artists in the firework tribe were brimming with godly power at this moment. Perhaps it was because of Niu Patian and the rest's madness, or perhaps it was because of Niu Huahua's pale face, or perhaps it was because of Yi Qinghan's death, or perhaps it was because of their impending deaths. Everyone didn't hold back, pouring out every bit of divine power in their bodies, every wave of attack. The people of the firework tribe went completely crazy. The depression brought about by the desperate situation, the madness and death of Yi Qinghan, had ignited the madness in everyone's hearts. He had no choice but to fight. If he could not win, he would perish. On this battlefield that was suffused with smoke and filled with sword qi, there was no path of retreat, and the only thing they could rely on was the weapon in their hands. If they wanted to survive, then they had to cut off all means of retreat, fight with their backs against the wall, and slaughter out a path of blood. Swish! 5 silver spears that emitted a terrifying aura flickered in and out of existence in the air. They moved as fast as lightning, and the silver spear tips flickered with lightning. They streaked across the sky and directly knocked away the weapons of the 5 god generals. Then, without slowing down, they struck the divine crystals of the 5 god generals, shattering them instantly. Their corpses fell lifelessly to the ground. Niu Huahua's thunder god's protection increased the attacks of the 5 god generals by several times. In addition, the 5 of them attacked without holding back, and their attack power doubled. Niu Patian instantly killed a peak stage godly general, while the other godly generals killed a level 3 godly general martialist. Bang! Boom! The heavenly god martial artists of the firework tribe each found a target and attacked with all their might. With lightning speed, they killed dozens of martial artists. At this moment, the attack power of the firework tribe increased greatly, and they were unstoppable. Wherever the spear chi waves passed, corpses flew and blood splattered. Spread out, spread out. Long-range attacks. Don't let them get close. Their attacks can't last long. The dwarf powerhouse had just sent Yi Qinghan flying, but when he turned his head, he saw that his subordinates were being slaughtered by Niu Patian and the others, whose attack power had increased exponentially. He couldn't help but roar in rage. The small hammer in his hand whizzed out again and smashed down on the white barrier. At the same time, the remaining 4 or 5 peak heavenly god martial artists also came to their senses and released energy waves that poured down on the white barrier. The scene became chaotic once again. The people of the firework tribe began to pursue their enemies under the thunder god's protection. On the other hand, the dwarf powerhouse's side began to release the divine power in their bodies toward the barrier as they fled. The situation became a stalemate. Neopatian and the others killed with all their might, hoping to carve out a path of blood. The dwarf powerhouse attacked furiously, hoping to completely shatter the Thunder God's protection and kill everyone inside. Then, he would be able to capture the Pale Girl. The hatred between the two sides could no longer be resolved. Only blood and corpses could appease the anger in their hearts. Boss, wake up. Boss, wake up. I'm begging you, please wake up. A cry with a sobbing tone resounded continuously in Yi Qinghan's heart. In a daze, he felt as though his entire body was being torn apart. He wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't. He had no strength left in his body. He felt like he was sprawled on the ground. The cold gravel on the ground made his face hurt, and his heart was filled with a violent bloodlust. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move, he would definitely crawl up and continue to look for people to kill. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. He felt the white airflow from the soul ring rapidly healing his injuries. He felt the bloodlust in his mind slowly dissipate as the white airflow circulated over and over again. His mind became clearer and clearer. He began to recall what had happened and began to release his divine sense to sense the situation around him. However, his divine sense radiated outwards, and the feedback he received set off a storm in his heart. Even the bloodlust in his heart was drowned by this feeling of fear. He realized that he was sprawled on the cold ground, surrounded by black fog. This black fog was so cold that even his divine sense could feel his heart palpitating. At this moment, the slaughter god blade in his hand emitted a weak glow that enveloped him completely, preventing the black fog from attacking him. What shocked him was that the slaughter god blade seemed to be absorbing the black fog. As the black fog was absorbed by the slaughter god blade, the light from the slaughter god blade gradually increased. It was obvious that he was surrounded by a demonic aura, but why was the slaughter god blade actually absorbing the demonic aura? This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Qinghan realized that there was a black figure standing not far away from him. Its body was covered in black scales, and its eyes were bloodshot. The two demonic horns on its head shone with a black light. This was definitely a demon. However, why wasn't it attacking him? Instead, it was looking at the slaughter god blade in fear. Furthermore, its body was trembling slightly. There was something wrong with this blade. Of course, this was nonsense. It should be said that there was something wrong with this blade. This thought instantly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Being able to devour the souls of demonic beasts, devouring the souls of martial artists, causing one to develop a bloodlust, an evil fire, easily killing demons, and now even being able to devour the aura of demons, even able to cause fear from the depths of one's heart to arise from one's intellect. How could this blade not have a big problem? Chapter 531. I don't care if you are a holy blade or a demonic blade. All I know is that you can help me kill my enemies and save my life. You are a good blade. So be it. Being a mad demon is better than being dead. Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He only knew that this blade could help him survive. This blade had a terrifying power that could help him kill his enemies. That was enough. His body slowly recovered under the healing of the soul ring. He struggled to sit up, but it aggravated the injuries on his back and left hand, causing him to grimace in pain. After spending a lot of effort, he finally activated the divine power in the God Crystal and started to heal his injuries. The battle outside was still fierce. He had to heal his injuries as soon as possible and think of a way to save Neopatian and the rest. It wasn't that he wanted to be a hero, but Neopatian was the team leader and the points were with him. Without Neopatian, even if he accumulated enough points, he wouldn't know how to leave the baleful Een stream. Also, there were a few people in the team that he couldn't let go of. Of course, It was just a few people. However, when Yi Qinghan closed his eyes to heal his injuries, there was a change in the surroundings without him knowing. A few demons nearby quickly came over. However, after they came over, they were just like the original demon. They stood at a distance and trembled as they stared at the slaughter god blade. This was a very strange and contradictory phenomenon. The demons were attracted over, but they didn't dare to come closer. Also, there were more demons coming over from afar. It was as if there was a strange magnetic force that attracted them over. The slaughter god blade's light became brighter and brighter, and the speed at which it absorbed the black fog also increased. At this speed, the demonic aura on these demons would be completely absorbed in a short period of time. Of course, the demonic phenomenon attracted the attention of everyone present. All the abyssals in the field gave up on attacking them and instead gathered in one place. The abyssal aura in that place had become incomparably dense. A monstrous black fog rolled up, and an incomparably cold and evil aura was released from the black fog, causing the martial artists who were blocking the abyssals to feel a kind of inexplicable fear that came from the depths of their souls. What were these demons trying to do? In the past, there had never been a case of demons running and gathering together. Could it be that the demons were mutating and merging together to become the Demon King? As more and more demons gathered together, the surging demonic aura grew stronger and stronger, and the invisible pressure also grew stronger. Many of the martial artists present began to panic, and some even had thoughts of fleeing. If anyone dares to run, I'll kill him. Everyone, attack the Thunder God's protection. As long as you break through, I will reward each of you with 1,000,000 parangons, 10 million parangons for killing a god general, and 100 million parangons for capturing that little girl. Kill them. The demon's drastic change also caused the dwarf to feel a trace of fear. However, this trace of fear was suppressed in an instant. Right now, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. The hundreds of subordinates that he had painstakingly gathered over countless years were mostly dead. If he still couldn't take down Niu Yahua, then it would be a huge loss. There will always be brave men with great rewards. The pressure that the dwarf had accumulated over the years with his tyrannical methods finally took effect at this moment. All the martial artists no longer paid attention to the mutated demon. Instead, they began to pour their divine power into the rapidly moving white barrier. The battle on the battlefield had officially entered a white-hot phase. Both sides had gone berserk, and their eyes were bloodshot. If you die, then I die. Niu Yahua risked her life and did not hesitate to burn her life force to make the Thunder God's protection incomparably strong. However, although the barrier was strong, the dwarf's attacks were even more ferocious. Every time he swung his small hammer, it would instantly grow larger, smashing heavily on the barrier, causing the barrier to shake and the white light to weaken. Although the attacks of Neopatian and the others had become incomparably terrifying under the support of the Thunder God's protection, the speed of the Thunder God's protection was still far inferior to the speed of a peak god general. At first, their spears could still kill some high-level god general powerhouses, but later on, they could only kill some heavenly god martial artists who were slower. Up until now, they had missed every time. The enemy martial artists did not give them a chance to get close at all. Once they got close, they would immediately flee. Although they had extremely strong defenses and attacks, they could only run around powerlessly like headless flies. Is it going to end? Father, Yahua is useless. The prestige of the Thunder God clan has been ruined by Yahua. But don't worry. Even if Yahua dies, I won't let these beasts have their way. Hee. Do they really think that the Thunder God clan does not dare to mutilate themselves just because they have so few people? Looks like Yahua is going to go against the teachings of our ancestors today. ancestor god above, Yahuwah, an unfilial disciple, is guilty. Yahuwah would rather die than be sullied by others. Neo Yahuwah's large, watery eyes were no longer as lively as they used to be. Her snow-white face was slowly turning red, a sickly red. Miss, you can't do anything stupid. You can't. If you dare mutilate yourself, your soul will forever fall into the 9 netherworld realm and suffer for billions of years. The curse of the 10 ancient god clans is no joke. Bear with it for now, in exchange for a chance to live. In the future, you can avenge us and yourself. Neopatian saw Neo Yahuwah's sickly red face and wriggled his lips as he transmitted his voice. However, as he spoke, he saw the determination in Neo Yahuwah's eyes and knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade her, it would be useless. He, Tsong Shao, had watched Neo Yahuwah grow up and understood her personality very well. Once she had decided on something, even 100 bulls could not change her mind. Women in the god realm did not actually care much about their chastity. This was because most women in the god realm could become gods. Over the long years, they would usually have relations with countless men. Some women, such as Cleopatra, would even have relations with hundreds or even tens of thousands of men at the same time. Some were simply not interested in men and only liked women. Some didn't care about it at all and didn't like it at all. It was common to see old virgins who were tens of thousands of years old. That was why the experts of the Wa clan and this midget would attack them without restraint. They would kill them until they were completely, bitterly disappointed and completely defeated. The experts of the Wa clan might still have some misgivings about forcing Neo Yahuwah to submit with their powerful martial strength. They were prepared to capture Neopatian and the others to force Neo Yahuwah to submit. However, the midget warrior's thoughts were completely different. He believed that a little girl would never have the courage to harm herself before she grew up. Furthermore, she was a woman of the Thunder God clan, so she would never dare to harm herself. This was because there were very few descendants of the 10 ancient god clans. In order to continue the clan, they would be cursed at birth. However, he didn't know what Neo Yahuwah had gone through, but Neopatian knew very well what kind of hardships this little girl had gone through in the past 10 years. Her mentality had already far surpassed her age. A few years ago, when she was not even 10 years old, she had learned to disguise herself as a spoiled little witch. Under her pure appearance, there was an incomparably exquisite heart. Moreover, what gave Neopatian a headache was that Neo Yahuwah was like a woman from the material plane. She valued a woman's chastity very much, even at the cost of violating the ancestral teachings and triggering the curse of the 10 ancient god clans to protect that drop of blood of hers, even though that drop of blood of hers had miraculous effects. Chapter 532. Go to hell. Go to hell. Looking at the shield above their heads getting thinner and thinner, looking at the enemies sneering in all directions, and feeling the aura of death getting closer, some of the warriors of the firework tribe finally could not stand the feeling of being slowly boiled in oil and waiting for death. Some of them started to break down. They actually braved the storm of attacks and rushed out towards the enemies in the distance. They braved the raging flames and prepared to perish together with the enemies. Since they were going to die sooner or later, they might as well die. Bing Shui and Bing Yu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Their smiles were beautiful, but also sad. The two of them also prepared to rush out. The tree that they wanted to rely on the most had already fallen, and Nyo Potion's tree seemed to be about to fall as well. Rather than being tortured to death, it was better to die now and learn from that man's heroic death. Bing Yu, Bing Shui, wait. Everyone, wait. Just as Bing Shui, Bing Yu, and a few others were about to rush out and perish together with one or two enemies. Two voices rang out at the same time. The voices were filled with disbelief, anticipation, and disbelief. "What's wrong?" Bing Shui and Bing Yu stared at the two people who shouted with puzzled expressions. The ones who shouted were Yi Yaorao and Niu Pa Tian. However, after the two of them shouted, they stopped moving and looked to the left in a daze. Then Niu Pa Tian and the others also stopped their attacks and looked to the left in a daze. Left, the two of them quickly turned their heads and looked over. Their jaws dropped in shock when they saw that everyone had stopped attacking. Niu Yanhua also looked to the left in astonishment when she saw that everyone had stopped attacking. Her pair of watery eyes regained their liveliness and blinked. The people of the firework tribe, noticed the change on the left. Of course, the warriors outside also noticed it. At that moment, everyone involuntarily stopped attacking. Even the dwarf warrior stopped moving. His eyes brightened, and the iron hammer in his hand emitted waves of gray light. He was ready to deliver a destructive blow at any time. The source of everyone's astonishment came from the monstrous black fog on the left. Just now, a white light suddenly shone from the rolling black fog. This white light could actually penetrate the rolling black fog and radiate out. It was obvious how powerful this light was. After the white light shone, the black fog tumbled even more violently. Moreover, it was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demon mutation is over. The demon king was coming out, or was a powerful existence about to come out. Sensing a suffocating aura coming from the rapidly shrinking black fog, everyone had the urge to turn around and run. This aura was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made people feel as if they couldn't resist it. Even the strongest dwarf felt that he would be crushed into pieces under this terrifying aura. However, under this formless, icy aura, everyone couldn't help but have the thought of not running away. Or perhaps they wanted to run away, but found that their bodies seemed to be out of their control. Their bodies were powerless, and they didn't even have the strength to lift their legs. They could only stare blankly at the black fog. "Demon, it's a demon!" The black fog quickly dissipated, and more than 10 figures slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Their bodies were covered in black scales, and they had a pair of blood-red eyes. They also had demonic horns that emitted a black light. This was definitely a demon. But what was that black shadow they were surrounding? Why were they all trembling when they saw the black shadow in the middle? The black fog completely dissipated, and the first thing that was revealed was a blade that emitted a white light. A long black blade that was several meters long was stabbed into the ground at an angle. The remaining black fog nearby was flocking towards this blade, and the aura that made everyone feel suffocated and tremble was emitted by this blade. Moreover, the reason why the nearby demons were trembling was also because of this blade, because their blood-red eyes were all staring at this blade in horror. There was something wrong with this blade, and there was a big problem. They recognized this blade, and the people from the firework tribe were even more familiar with it. But wasn't this blade originally emitting a black light? Why was it emitting a white light now? And why was its aura so terrifying? Why was it able to devour the demon's aura? And why was it able to make demons fear it? Most importantly, why was this blade able to produce a soul-stirring magic that caused people to involuntarily lock their gazes on it, unable to move their eyes away? Just as everyone stared blankly at this blade, and many questions arose in their minds, suddenly a hand appeared in front of them. It was a pale, slender hand. This hand reached out very quickly, but it gave off a feeling that it was incomparably slow. When the hand grasped the hilt of the saber and pulled the strange saber out, the crowd was astonished once again. This blade flashed with a white light, but it also emitted a dazzling black light. The white and black light intertwined, and it was extremely unnatural. It made everyone feel that it was very abrupt and awkward. Hand, the first to react, was actually Niu Huaihua. She forcefully shifted her gaze away from the slaughter god blade and fixed it on that pale, slender hand. Then, following this hand, she started to look upwards. Then she saw a back view. It was a back view that was unfamiliar yet familiar at the same time. At this moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. She had the urge to cry, silently, "It's him! It's him!" When the black fog started to change, Yi Yaorao had been keeping an eye on the situation over here. This was because the black fog was surging towards the place where Yi Qinghan had fallen into it. When Yi Qinghan fell into the black fog, that place had mysteriously changed. Hence, she had always had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Now, this feeling was finally right. Looking at the back view that was covered in blood and the figure that was standing there quietly, her soul started to tremble slightly. He's not dead. In the next moment, everyone was startled awake. This was because the figure had started to turn his head slowly, revealing a delicate yet pale face. It was a face that everyone present was extremely familiar with, yet also unfamiliar at the same time. It was a face that should have been dead for a long time. It was Yi Qinghan's face. There was nothing wrong with his face, but why were his eyes blood red? Lord, Brother Yi, Neopatian, and the people from the firework tribe cried out at the same time. Bing Shui and Bing Yu, on the other hand, were stunned. They wanted to run towards Yi Qinghan, but they were stopped by Yi Yaorao. Run! When the dwarf saw Yi Qinghan's face clearly, there was only one thought in his mind. Run. Run far away from this person, far away from this blade. This thought came out of nowhere, and it was inexplicable. However, it was very certain. Run. The remaining dozens of martialists also had the same thought, although they didn't know why they were so afraid of Yi Qinghan, or why they couldn't even think of fighting him. They just wanted to escape. They wanted to escape as far as possible. SS. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth suddenly curled up into a sinister smile. His eyes flashed red as he raised his hand and lightly waved his blade. The moment he waved the slaughter god blade, the black light on the blade grew brighter. A terrifying aura that was 10 times colder and more evil than the demonic aura instantly enveloped everyone who was frantically trying to escape. Everyone's running speed suddenly slowed down as though they had fallen into a quagmire. After that, countless evil thoughts surged into their minds. At the same time, the slaughter god blade actually started to emit a black fog. This black fog was exactly the same as the demonic aura, and it quietly and rapidly spread towards everyone. Chapter 533. Hatred, fear, bloodlust, despair, and pain. At this moment, all sorts of negative emotions rose in everyone's mind. They felt as if countless vengeful spirits were tearing their souls apart. Countless vengeful spirits were crying and screaming in their ears as they devoured their flesh and blood. Instantly, everyone started rolling in pain in the air and on the ground. A few weaker martial artists even started bleeding from their 7 apertures. Then, everyone was quietly engulfed by the black fog. They looked at the martial artists who were rolling in pain in the air and on the ground. They looked at the surging black fog coming from the slaughter god blade. They looked at the sky that suddenly turned black. They heard the agonizing screams coming from the black fog and felt the terrifying aura coming from it. Everyone in the fireworks tribe was silent, or rather, they were stunned. They didn't even know that the lightning god's protection above their heads had suddenly disappeared. They didn't even know that Niu Huaihua's small body had started to go limp on the ground. Lord has really turned into a human-shaped demon. Bing Shui licked her lips and realized that her delicate lips had unknowingly become extremely dry and bitter. It wasn't just her. Bing Yu, Yi Yaorao, Niu Patian, and everyone else had the same thought. As Yi Qinghan had turned his head just now, they didn't notice it. Now they realized that his delicate face and eyes were completely red, the exact same red as a demon's. Also, that strange slaughter god blade, the demonic aura that the slaughter god blade exuded, and the negative emotions that could cause a martial artist to descend into madness. Everything pointed to a strange change. In Yi Qinghan, he had already become different from ordinary humans. Or rather, he had turned into a human-shaped demon. Although he was extremely powerful, he was like a demon god, so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, some people began to have the thought of escaping, even though half a day ago that delicate and pretty man was the backer they could rely on. Although this man had saved their lives before, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't turn around and slash at them, causing them to roll on the ground and bleed from their orifices. Even Niu Patian, Niu Zhantian, and the rest felt the same way. They weren't sure if Yi Qinghan had been demonized or if he had turned into a human-shaped demon. They only felt that it was extremely dangerous. However, but when Niu Patian carried Niu Yaohua on his back, and everyone was about to escape, that evil, ice-cold aura suddenly surged out from the rolling black fog in front of them, causing everyone's body to stiffen. Everyone felt that as long as they ran away, they would definitely be killed in an instant. Hiss, hiss. The black fog slowly dissipated, revealing a scene of Azura purgatory. Dozens of experts, including 4 or 5 peak divine generals, including the incomparably powerful dwarf expert, were all lying on the ground. Their faces were ferocious, and their 7 orifices were bleeding. Their faces and eyes were filled with terror. Their bodies were in a mess, covered in bloodstains and wounds. All of them lay motionless on the ground, as if they had all died a long time ago. The only one who was still standing was Yi Qinghan. His back was facing everyone, and his robes were tattered. His left hand was a mess, and he was holding onto a slaughter god blade. He stood there quietly like a demon god. He did not release any aura, but it was enough to make people shiver. Chi-Chi, suddenly, his body started to tremble slightly as he stabbed the blade into the ground. Holding onto the blade, he knelt down on one knee. He started to pant rapidly, and as he panted, his body moved up and down. After that, he let out a beast-like roar. It wasn't loud, but it resonated in everyone's heart. It was like the footsteps of that Qiongqi beast. Every time it roared, everyone felt as if their hearts were going to jump out of their chests. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, who was kneeling on one knee like an injured beast. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were very clear that the current Yi Qinghan was extremely terrifying and powerful. If he really became a demon in human form, everyone would have to die. Just like the dwarf, they would die a cruel death. At this moment, they were enveloped by this ice-cold and evil aura, but they still couldn't move. They could only look at Yi Qinghan and wait for the final result. Lord Yi, suddenly, a cold female voice rang out. The voice was very cold, but it was filled with endless emotions. It was as if she wanted to use these endless emotions to awaken Yi Qinghan's demonized heart. Yi Yaorao forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart and shouted those 3 words. It was as if she had used all the strength in her body. After shouting those 3 words, she felt the pressure on her lesson. Her heart was no longer as frightened and cold. If it wasn't for him, she would have died long ago. Even if she didn't want him, she would still die. Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well die in his hands. Because she was fearless, she was extremely powerful. After shouting those 3 words, Yi Yaorao's heart instantly calmed down. She began to try to walk in the direction of Yi Qinghan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lord Yi, Lord Yi, Lord Yi. With every step Yi Yaorao took, she used all the strength in her body to shout. The more she shouted, the louder her voice became. It was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it was filled with endless tenderness and emotions. As she shouted, Yi Qinghan's body trembled even more violently. It was as if he would jump up in the next second and devour everyone present. They watched as Yi Yaorao walked forward step by step, but Yi Qinghan didn't do anything. Instead, everyone felt the cold aura that enveloped their bodies gradually weaken. They could slowly move their bodies. Everyone's hearts slowly warmed up. It seemed like Yi Qinghan hadn't been completely demonized. It seemed like he still had a trace of his human consciousness. Stop! Stop! At this time, a hoarse and trembling voice rang out. The voice was very familiar, but also very strange. It seemed to be extremely suppressed, as if it was struggling, and also like an injured beast roaring. Yi Yaorao's footsteps stopped. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at the panting body kneeling on the ground with extreme joy. He could still speak. He hadn't become a demon. He was still a human. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. As long as he was still a human, as long as he still had his consciousness, they could be saved. It was very likely that they wouldn't die. So Yi Qinghan could still be saved. My lord! My lord! My lord! Bing Shui and Bing Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing Yi Qinghan's trembling body and hearing his hoarse and painful voice, the 2 of them felt a burst of pain in their hearts. The 2 of them knelt down helplessly and stared at the distant figure in a daze as they cried out incessantly, Go! Go! All of you go! If you don't go, I will kill you! Go! Go! Hearing Bing Shui and Bing Yu's cries, Yi Qinghan's body trembled even more violently. He turned his head slightly to the side, revealing half of his pale and twisted face. His hoarse and painful voice continued to ring out. His body trembled with every word he said. It was as if he was suppressing his body. At the same time, his body began to release waves of cold and evil aura. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to suppress it any longer. I won't go. I won't go. I'll die with you. Yi Yaorao felt the terrifying aura again. However, there was no panic on her face. Instead, she smiled. It was a very bright smile. There was no coldness on her face. Instead, there was a warmth like the spring wind. She began to lift her jade-like legs with difficulty and walked resolutely towards Yi Qinghan. The sound of Yi Yaorao's footsteps rang out one after another. Yi Qinghan's body could no longer suppress it. He kept trembling and growling. Suddenly, his body shot up into the sky, and he roared. Just when everyone thought he was going to kill them, he didn't even look back. He shot into the distance, leaving behind a hoarse and suppressed voice that echoed in the surroundings. Protect yourself. Wait for me to come back. Chapter 5:34. Wait for me to come back. Come back. That hoarse and repressed voice was still echoing in everyone's ears. However, that trembling figure streaked across the sky and floated into the distance like a wounded wolf. He left the pack of wolves without looking back and wandered alone. Then he found a deserted place to lick his wounds and howl in solitude. This was a proud man. This was a man like a poppy flower. This was a poisonous man. Yi Yaorao could no longer control herself. Tears flowed out of her limpid eyes as she stared at the figure that was getting further and further away. She began to cry silently as her heart began to ache. She, who no longer believed in men, had fallen deeply in love with this poppy flower. She had fallen in love with this poisonous man. Perhaps she would be poisoned to death in the end, but she would never regret it. Jean Tian, clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, let's go. Nyo Pa Tien let out a low roar as he soared into the sky. His spear turned into specks of starlight as he stabbed a dozen trembling abyss devils to death. Then he turned his head away so that no one could see the 2 drops of tears falling from the corners of his eyes. Then he carried Nyo Hua on his back and started to run away. Men should not cry easily. Men should not cry. Men should not cry. He told himself as he ran. But why were the hot tears still flowing from the corners of his eyes? Let's go. Nyo Pa Tien led a few people to quickly clean up the battlefield. He looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had left in and looked coldly at everyone. Then he roared and chased after Nyo Pa Tien. Big sister, let's go. He asked us to wait for him to come back. He will come back. 2 women came over and supported Yi Yaorao. They looked at the dazed Yi Yaorao and tried to persuade her. Yes, he will definitely come back. Definitely. The tears at the corners of Yi Yaorao's eyes suddenly turned into streams of cold air. Her body also began to turn icy cold. She turned around and silently followed the group. She did not say a single word, nor did she turn back to look. Let's go. Bing Shui and Bing Yu wiped their tears and looked into the distance again, before chasing after them. Everyone began to run in silence. No one spoke. They all ran with all their might. No one looked back. Many of them were fast enough to catch up with Yi Qinghan, but no one chased after him. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. They believed that Yi Qinghan would never hurt them, but because Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice revealed a trace of pride and determination. Everyone chose to respect him, believe in him, and quietly wait for his return. Boss, how are you? Can you still hold on? Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily while running. The muscles on his face were all twisted. He looked extremely ferocious. Xiao He and his soul were connected, so he was very clear about his current state. At this moment, his mind was filled with boundless killing intent, but it was finally released. If this went on, his soul would be completely engulfed by this killing desire, and he would finally become a real devil, a madman who only knew how to kill. Xiao He, come out. Lead the way. Find a big rock. Quick. Xiao He's voice transmission caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to reveal a trace of black light. He hurriedly summoned Xiao He, and his eyes turned bloodshot again. Boss, in front. Move forward. The moment Xiao He came out, his eyes were filled with worry and fear. He quickly scanned the area in front of him and discovered a huge rock in the distance. He hurriedly shouted to Yi Qinghan through his soul. Roar! Yi Qinghan roared like a wild beast. The veins on his face bulged, and his body trembled even more violently. He continued to run forward. After an hour, he finally reached the bottom of the huge rock. He immediately drew the Slaughter God Saber from his back and slashed at the huge rock. The Slaughter God Saber was incomparably sharp, and when it slashed at the huge rock, it was like cutting tofu. Everywhere the saber passed, rocks flew everywhere. In just a short while, a cave was dug out. Boss, what are you doing? After entering the cave, Xiao He suddenly saw Yi Qinghan's crazy actions and shouted in panic. After Yi Qinghan entered the cave, he immediately laid down in the cave and stabbed the Slaughter God Saber beside him. Then he took out a dagger from his interspatial ring and started to stab his chest abdomen, and thigh in a frenzy. 1 stab, 2 stab, 3 stab. In the end, his body was full of wounds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood flowed all over the cave before stopping. The intense pain caused every muscle in his body to spasm, twitch, and tremble. However, as he mutilated himself, the red light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Although his face was still pale and twisted, it was obvious that he had relaxed. Xiao, hey, don't worry. Boss has the soul ring. I won't die. Help me protect me. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and revealed a smile of relief. Then his head tilted to the side, and he fainted. Boss. Xiao He looked at the badly mutilated Yi Qinghan and shouted in pain. He had accompanied Yi Qinghan all this way, although Yi Qinghan had also cultivated painfully in the past. He had never been in such a miserable state. The stronger one was, the more pain he had to endure. Every time Yi Qinghan suffered heart-wrenching pain, he could only watch from the side and was unable to help at all. The pain in his heart was worse than if he had been stabbed 100 times. The soul ring's automatic protection function had to wait for Yi Qinghan's injuries to reach a certain level before it would emit a white gas to heal him. Just now, when he was in the demonic aura, the soul ring had already healed most of his injuries. After that, Yi Qinghan killed the dwarf and the rest, and the demons in his heart started to act up. Thus, he could only rely on self-mutilation to activate the soul ring's healing function. Through self-mutilation, he was able to alleviate the murderous intent in his heart. At the same time, he also relied on the miraculous effect of the white gas to eliminate the murderous intent in his soul. Otherwise, he would definitely be engulfed by the murderous intent and turn into a lunatic. SS. Only 4 hours had passed since Yi Qinghan fainted in the stone cave. Because of the slaughter god saber, a large number of demons were attracted outside the stone cave. However, these demons only dared to loiter outside the stone cave and did not dare to step inside. The slaughter god saber that was stuck in the stone cave started to emit a white light. When the white light shone on the demonic aura, it started to absorb the black fog. This saber can't be used anymore. What should I do? Should I throw this saber out? No way. Without this saber, it will be hard for Boss to survive in the evil spirit stream. However, this saber will destroy Boss sooner or later. What should I do? When Xiao He saw that the demons outside the stone cave started to gather again, and that the slaughter god saber was absorbing the demonic aura again, he panicked and started to walk around the stone cave anxiously. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He stretched out his claws and started to touch Yi Qinghan's freedom ring. He used his divine senses to envelop the freedom ring and started to call for Elder Lu over and over again. The freedom ring was a passageway to the parallel space in the Freedom Pavilion. Although he was not sure if calling for Elder Lu would have any effect, he still decided to try. Chapter 5:35. Old Lu, come out. Big brother is in trouble. Xiao He used his soul consciousness to call again and again. After a while, his eyes brightened as he felt a soul consciousness shoot out of the unfettered ring. It was Old Lu's soul consciousness. In Fiend Stream again. Xiao He, didn't I tell little Han? You can't open the transportation door of the unfettered pavilion in the In Fiend Stream. You can't use the sound transmission technique. There are King God Realm experts here. If they find us, we're done for. Old Lu's soul consciousness scanned and locked on Xiao He. He started to use the sound transmission technique. Then his tone changed, and he said in a panic, what's wrong with little Han? Why are there so many evil demons outside? What's going on? We don't need to worry so much. Old Lu, Big Brother is going to die. Why do we need to worry so much? If Big Brother dies, we'll all die. Old Lou, what should we do? What should we do? Xiao He shook his head, his eyes panic-stricken. He had just become an adult, and his heart was still like a child's. He didn't have the composure to deal with something serious. Previously, he had Lord Devour to rely on, but now he could only rely on old Lou as his senior, even though he could kill old Lou easily. Don't panic, Xiao He. Tell me everything in detail. Old Lou pondered for a while, using his soul consciousness to check the surroundings. Then, he sent a sound transmission technique. Yes, it's all because of this saber. It's all because of this saber. But if it weren't for this saber, Big Brother would have been dead. You know, in the Firework tribe, this saber can absorb the souls of beasts. Now, it can also absorb the souls of humans and the aura of evil demons. Xiao He sent a sound transmission technique to old Lou. As his soul was connected to Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinghan didn't hide many things from him. Basically, Xiao He knew everything. At this moment, he told old Lou everything, hoping that the old man could find a way to make Yi Qinghan return to Yi Qinghan. He killed dozens of godly generals with a single slash, including several peak godly generals. Elder Lou was dumbfounded after hearing this. He sat cross-legged in the training room of the Carefree Pavilion in silence. How long has it been? Yi Qinghan had actually grown to such an extent. How could this blade be so terrifying? In the past, the Soul Emperor had said that although the rank of this saber was unknown, it was absolutely extraordinary. But he never imagined that it would be extraordinary to such a degree. Yi Qinghan's current strength shocked Elder Lou, not to mention the terrifying power of the saber. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years before reaching the peak of the heavenly god realm. But now, Yi Qinghan had already reached the divine general realm. He had only cultivated for a little more than 20 years, yet he had already reached the divine general realm. This made him blush slightly. However, when he heard that Yi Qinghan had broken through because Niu Huhua had given him a bottle of red dragon pills and a bottle of summer cordyceps, he felt relieved. Although Yi Qinghan did not know how precious the red dragon pills and summer cordyceps were, Elder Lou knew very well that they were priceless items. That little girl from the Thunder God clan had indeed invested a lot in Yi Qinghan. Elder Lou, say something. What should I do? Should I let boss continue like this? If he continues like this, will he turn into a demon? While Elder Lou was sighing to himself, Xiao He sent another voice transmission to him. Elder Lou laughed bitterly, shook his head, and sent a voice transmission. I have some guesses about this situation, but I don't know all the details. If the Soul Emperor was still around, he would be very clear. Without a doubt, the Slaughter God Saber had undergone a transformation. It could devour souls and the aura of demons. After devouring a certain amount, it could release this devouring aura. The souls that it devoured were probably filled with resentment and murderous aura, which would cause the enemy to enter a very high-level illusion. Martial artists with weak souls would immediately collapse, and their souls would be destroyed. This was similar to a spiritual disorder. It was a spiritual attack. However, this resentment and murderous aura attack had side effects. The side effect is that Little Han would be affected by the resentment and murderous aura and become bloodthirsty. His soul would also be invaded. Luckily, Little Han has the soul ring. If not, he would have already gone crazy. Murderous aura, this. Elder Lou, what should we do? Will boss go crazy if he can't take it? Xiao He did not really understand what Elder Lou was saying. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. There's no other way, unless he doesn't use the Slaughter God Saber, or if the soul ring is completely repaired, it will definitely be able to suppress the resentment and murderous aura. It's just that it can't be repaired now. However, if he doesn't use the Slaughter God Saber, you will definitely not be able to walk out of the baleful Een stream. As for whether little Han can take it or not, only he will know. Sigh. Elder Lu sighed deeply, his voice filled with bitterness. Elder Lu, is there no other way? Little Black weakly lied down in the cave and transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. Perhaps there is another way. Of course, I can't guarantee that it will work, Elder Lu muttered. What is it? Elder Lu. Before Xiaohei could speak, a hoarse voice rang out. It was as if his throat was on fire. The voice was dry and rough, causing Xiaohei to tremble in fear. Boss, you're awake. How do you feel? Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground, suddenly had goosebumps all over its body. After a moment of shock, it stood up with a start and moved its head closer to Yi Qinghan's face as it cried out excitedly. I'm slightly better. The killing intent in my mind has lessened. I can barely suppress it now. Xiaohei, don't worry. As long as my soul is fine, the injuries on my body will not be a problem. The backlash from the Slaughter God Saber is too strong. It was too dangerous just now. Try not to use it in the future. Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. He blinked his eyes and looked at the Slaughter God Saber. There was a strange look in his eyes. Actually, he had woken up a long time ago. However, he did not even have the strength to open his eyes, let alone send a voice transmission. He heard the voice transmission between Elder Lu and Xiaohei clearly through his soul connection with Xiaohei. Now that he had recovered a bit of strength, he spoke with difficulty. After comforting Xiaohei, he sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, what is the other way? Little Han, what is your current condition? Also, what is the condition of your soul when you use the Slaughter God Saber? Tell me. I will give you a reference and see if there is any other way. Elder Lu did not reply. Instead, he asked about Yi Qinghan's condition. The Slaughter God Saber is a great killing weapon. A great killing weapon. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he sighed softly. After thinking for a moment, he sent a voice transmission. This saber can devour souls and evil auras. I think it can devour all negative and bad auras. You guessed correctly. After the Slaughter God Saber absorbs a certain amount of evil aura, I can control the evil aura inside to attack my enemies. This killing intent is very terrifying. At the very least, a peak stage god general would not be able to resist it. However, as the Slaughter God Saber absorbs more killing intent, it affects me even more. Half a day ago, the Slaughter God Saber swallowed the aura of more than 10 demons. When I held the Slaughter God Saber in my hand, I felt a surge of killing intent surging into my mind. I was filled with killing intent, and I wanted to kill all the living beings around me. After that, I released the killing intent and killed more than 10 experts. Only then did the killing intent subside a little. However, I almost couldn't suppress it and almost killed all the people in the Firework tribe. After that, I remembered the special effects of the Soul Ring and found this cave. I injured myself and used the Soul Ring to save myself. Only then did the killing intent in my mind subside. Elder Lu, this saber is too terrifying. I'm afraid I won't be able to control it the next time I use it. I will be completely possessed. Chapter 5:36. This saber is indeed terrifying. Elder Lu was shocked and fell silent. After pondering for a long time, he transmitted his voice again. Little Han, I have analyzed your current situation. What you need to do now is to completely eliminate the killing intent in your mind and release it. You cannot allow this killing intent to affect you. The human soul is fundamental. If this killing intent affects you for a long time, your personality will change, and you will no longer be the same person you were before. Elder Lu is right. But why is this killing intent completely gone? Release it? I feel that this soul ring can only help me so much. Or rather, this soul ring can't completely eliminate the negative influence in my mind. Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. He understood what Elder Lu was trying to say. This was easy to understand. It was like a child whose parents had divorced and could not receive the care and love of their parents for a long time. Seeing other children being loved by their parents, he would subconsciously develop an inferiority complex. As time passed, his originally cheerful personality would become depressed and depressed. In the end, he might even become a pervert. If he was affected by this killing intent for a long time, his mind would slowly change. He would become bloodthirsty and irrational. By then, would Yi Qinghan still be himself? It's simple. Release it. Vent your killing intent. But you can't kill people. You cannot use the slaughter god blade to kill anyone. If not, the chances of killing will be even greater. Elder Lu transmitted his voice, which made Yi Qinghan even more confused. How do I release it? Yi Qinghan continued to ask as he squirmed his body. This time, Elder Lu's transmission was a little hesitant as he said, awkwardly, "It's simple. Find a few women and do it." Of course, I am not sure if it will work. In theory, the negative emotions in a person's mind are interconnected. As long as you find a way to release it, it will be effective. Do it. Which one? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and instantly understood. Elder Lu meant to find a few women to do it with and find a place to release the negative emotions in his mind. When he thought of this, he thought of the sisters Bing Shui and Bing Yu. He thought of Yi Yao Rao's cold jade-like body. He even thought of Niu Hua's delicate face and her petite body that had yet to fully grow to evil. This killing desire is indeed connected to the evil fire. They are both negative energies. When I thought about women, my mind was filled with lust. I didn't have the slightest bit of killing intent. It seemed that this path was possible. What to do? Do you want to release it? Yi Qinghan realized that as soon as he thought about women, the killing intent in his mind disappeared. His mind was filled with obscene thoughts, and he despised himself again and again. In particular, he actually had evil thoughts about Niu Yaohua. This was absolutely unforgivable. How could he lay his hands on such a young girl? If he wanted to make a move, he would at least have to wait until she was a little older. It's over. Boss was a murderous demon just a moment ago, but now he had turned into a lecher in the blink of an eye. This saber is indeed a great evil weapon, a great demonic weapon. Xiao He watched as Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up with a lustful light when he heard Elder Lu's words. Yi Qinghan's body was severely injured, and it was difficult for him to even move. However, at this moment, he started to erect a small tent under his robe. Xiao He could not help but shake his head helplessly. Little Han, after you completely dispel the killing intent in your body, quickly accumulate enough points. Once you have accumulated enough points, you will leave this place first. Remember, if you don't use this saber, you must kill everyone once you use it. Leave no one alive. Otherwise, if word of this spreads to the divine kings in the castle, they will come to snatch it from you. Moreover, after you kill, you must quickly dispel the killing intent in your body before you continue killing. Do not kill continuously. Otherwise, if the killing intent is too strong, you will not be able to withstand it and will be completely lost. Elder Lu reminded Xiao He after a moment of silence. I understand, Elder Lu. If I can completely restrain the backlash of this saber, killing people and obtaining points will be a piece of cake. As long as I can restrain the backlash of this saber will not be a great evil weapon. It will be a great divine weapon, an invincible divine weapon. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and turned to look at the slaughter god saber that was emitting a white glow. He looked at the strange patterns on the saber. In his heart, however, he thought that this saber must be a very famous saber. In the future, he could not carry it on his back all the time. If he had to use it as a last resort, he must kill everyone. All right, you are now 10 times stronger than me, and I can't help you much. If there are any problems, we can discuss them after we leave the baleful stream. Don't send too many voice transmissions in the baleful stream. There are divine kings here, and it will be easy for them to discover you. Elder Lu sent another voice transmission and fell silent. Although he seemed to be very relaxed in the carefree pavilion, he was actually very anxious. This was because once Yi Qinghan died, the carefree ring would be refined by someone else. However, the space in the baleful stream was not stable, and the teleportation door could not be opened. He could only watch and worry helplessly. There was nothing he could do. I wonder how many points the midget and the others have in their spatial rings. To be safe, I should wait for my injuries to heal before I kill all the demons outside and leave this cave. There are more and more demons gathering here. If the Demon King is attracted, I will be finished. Let's give it a try. After accumulating 500 points, I will look for the people from the Firework tribe. Then, we can leave the baleful stream together. Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around as he made up his mind. He was prepared to give it a try. When his injuries were healed, he would go out to hunt demons and snatch points from other martial artists. After killing, he would mutilate himself. This way, the soul ring would save him and relieve the evil aura in his mind. At the same time, he planned to hunt a few female martial artists and test the effects of the evil aura in his mind. After accumulating 500 points, he would look for the people from the Firework tribe. If he left with them now, he was afraid that he would lose control and kill all of them. That would be troublesome. He is finally back. He is back, but half of the 50 people who went out are still outside. He still hasn't returned. Outside the ancient Blue Dragon Castle, Niu Patian supported Niu Huiyan as he looked at the ancient Blue Dragon Castle with a group of people. The first time he left the castle, he had brought more than 2,000 people with him. The second time, there were only 50 people. Now, there were less than 30 people, and some of them were injured. After Yi Qinghan left the team, they continued to wander in the baleful stream. This time, they were lucky. They only met a few evil demons and many demon dwellers. The few groups of martial artists they met were not interested in them. They used their soul consciousness to check, and then left. They were lucky enough to return to the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. He didn't come back. He didn't come back. Yi Yaorao stood outside the castle, staring into the distance in a daze. She thought of that lonely figure and murmured to herself. It had been so long, and there was no news of him. She didn't know his situation or whether he was dead or alive. She missed him very much. Missing him was a kind of illness, and Yi Yaorao's illness was beyond cure. Let's go. Big sister, maybe he will come back in a few days. Bing Shui and Bing Yu came over and pulled Yi Yaorao. The two of them comforted Yi Yaorao as if they were comforting themselves. The people of the Firework tribe exhaled at the same time and walked into the castle. She walked towards their courtyards. However, unbeknownst to them, there were 3 experts in the courtyards that looked at Niu Yaohua as she walked past. They revealed greedy expressions at the same time. Then, they quietly shifted their divine senses away. Chapter 537. Sir Qin Yao. In a room in the backyard of courtyard number 314, a peak divine, general expert, rushed into the room. He then knelt down on one knee at the door and shouted in a deep voice, "What is it?" As soon as the voice rang out, a mighty giant appeared at the door. His brown hair was unruly and carelessly draped over his back. His fierce-looking face was covered with a full beard that left a deep impression on people. His towering body exuded a powerful aura. The target has returned to the castle. The team has been reduced by more than half, and will be leaving the castle again in half a month. The kneeling expert said respectfully. He paused for a moment, then said hesitantly, "This subordinate also discovered that there are 2 other teams that are also interested in the target." "Oh." Divine General Qin Yao's eyes turned cold. "How strong are they?" He didn't doubt this subordinate's scouting abilities at all. This martial artist cultivated the law of wind, so his speed and detection abilities were definitely at the peak of Divine Generals. One team has 23 peak Divine Generals, and the other team has 40 peak Divine Generals. However, this subordinate deduces that there aren't many peak Divine Generals who have comprehended mid-rank, profound mysteries. The kneeling martial artist quickly added, "What is there to fear? As usual, anyone who dares block our path to riches will be killed without mercy." Sir Qin Yao flicked his curly hair, his expression exuding a disdainful aura. This was a confidence that was built on his own strength, a confidence that he had gained after experiencing many life and death situations. "Sir Qin Yao is mighty." The kneeling martial artist gazed at the peerless Divine General Qin Yao with a trace of fanaticism and worship. That's right. They were the team of peak Divine Generals that Niu Patian had encountered when he left the Azure Dragon Castle. They hadn't been sent here because they had violated the laws of the God Realm, but because someone had secretly arranged for them to be sent here. They were a very common organization in the God Realm, a bounty hunter team that specialized in black market business and shady business. The God Realm was filled with danger, and bounty hunters like them were even more dangerous. They had been on the brink of annihilation many times in the past, but this bearded bandit, like Sir Qin Yao, had always led them out of dire straits. While leading everyone to complete their missions, he distributed a large number of treasures to everyone. He even bought divine crystals of peak Divine Generals for many martial artists who had difficulty improving their strength. As a result, the Cyan Glory Squad was made up entirely of Divine Generals, and their strength was definitely ranked in the top 50 among the tens of thousands of bounty hunter squads in Longyang Prefecture. Although the entire team was made up of peak Divine Generals, the martialist knew better than anyone else. What allowed a team to rank in the top 50 wasn't the fact that they had close to 100 peak Divine Generals. Instead, it was because of this bandit like Lord Qin Yao and his 2 vice leaders. Although peak Divine Generals sounded about the same in terms of strength, there was actually a huge gap between them. Qin Yao alone could kill half of the warriors in the team. Although they were both peak Divine Generals, it depended on whether they had comprehended the laws on their own or had refined a divine crystal to comprehend the laws within it. Comprehending the laws also depended on the profound mysteries of the laws, whether they were mid-level profound mysteries or low-level profound mysteries, or both. There were 3 ways to break through to the Divine General realm. First, like Yi Qinghan, one had to comprehend a mid-level profound mystery formed from the fusion of 3 basic laws. Second, 3 low-level profound mysteries formed from the fusion of 2 basic laws. Third, 9 basic profound mysteries formed from the fusion of 9 basic laws. The higher the grade of the profound mystery, the greater its power. It could be said that a divine general expert who had comprehended mid-level profound mysteries could easily kill 100 divine generals who had comprehended 9 basic profound mysteries. This was the gap between them. When martial artists comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, the easiest ones to comprehend were the basic laws. There was a martialist in their squad who had comprehended a total of 25 basic laws of various elements. He had forcibly raised his strength to peak divine, general through the use of the basic profound mysteries. He was prepared to continue comprehending 2 more basic profound mysteries, and then break through to the God-King realm after comprehending 27. He had said that his life's goal was to comprehend 81 basic profound mysteries and break through to the God-Emperor realm. Everyone in the squad had advised him many times to walk the path of fusing profound mysteries. Although he had comprehended many laws, he was the weakest in the squad. Even if he broke through to the God-King realm, many people in the same squad could easily kill him. This was because he had comprehended the lowest level of the basic laws, and his offensive and defensive abilities were both relatively low level. But their leader, Lord Qin Yao, was different. Although he had only comprehended 2 profound mysteries, they were both mid-level profound mysteries. Moreover, he was about to reach great accomplishment in his 3rd mid-level profound mystery and break through to the God-King realm. Moreover, the 2 mid-level profound mysteries he had comprehended were offensive profound mysteries of the supreme laws. Their offensive power was so great that even ordinary God-Kings would not dare to take a blow from him head-on. This was the difference in profound mysteries. Quantity could never compare to quality. Pass down my orders. In half a month, we will depart. Once we complete the mission, we will leave baleful Stream, and then we will go to Fallen Red City to enjoy 10 years. In addition, have Vice Commanders Qing Ri and Qing to come over. Qing Yao enjoyed the looks of worship from his subordinates. He had always believed that experts had to enjoy this sort of treatment. Understood. As soon as the kneeling martialist heard Fallen Red City, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. He bowed deeply to Qin Yao, expressing his sincere gratitude. Then he turned into a cool breeze and drifted away. This brat's speed in the law of wind is really fast. Although the law of light and destruction that I comprehended is powerful, speed is my weakness. I will focus my comprehension on the law of wind next. Speed is also very important. Qin Yao stretched out his hands and stroked his beard. After a moment of silence, he walked into the room. Miss, the harvest this time is huge. There are more than 20 million divine stones in all the spatial rings, countless pills, treasures, weapons, 7 or 8 peak God General God crystals, more than 40 second or 3rd tier God General God crystals, and several hundred other God crystals. The harvest from this battle with the dwarf martialists is estimated to be at least 50 million divine stones. Moreover, they have more than 130 devil tokens, which means more than 130 points. In Courtyard 88, Niu Zhantian and Niu Wangtian were calculating the spoils of war. There were so many experts in the dwarf martialist team, not to mention the wealth in their spatial rings. Even if they sold all their god crystals, it would be a huge fortune, especially the peak God General God crystals. Each one was worth 5 million divine stones. This was because only after a peak God General God crystal was refined could a martialist continue to refine God crystals of the next level. If a warrior refined the divine crystal of a level 3 divine general, he would be stuck at the level of a level 3 divine general for the rest of his life. Therefore, the price of a level 3 divine general was about the same as that of a peak stage heavenly god. Take out all the devil tokens and give them to Uncle Patian. Don't touch the rest of the divine stones. Put them all in one spatial ring. Niu Yahua's expression did not change after hearing this. In the face of such a huge fortune, her big watery eyes did not waver at all. Instead, she looked at the sky outside the door and said, "If Big Brother Yi comes back, give it all to him. If he doesn't come back, give it all to the brothers and sisters in the team." This Niu Zhantian and Niu Wangtian were a little shocked. Although they knew that Niu Yahua was very rich, 50 million divine stones was definitely a huge sum. Yet, she was not moved at all. However, they thought that if not for Yi Qinghan, they would probably all be dead. If not for him, their spatial rings and god crystals would probably be searched by others. Young lady, don't be too sad. Since little brother Yi can save everyone from danger several times, I believe he will also return safely. He is a man who can create miracles. Niu Patian, who was beside her, understood Niu Yaohua's heart. He smiled bitterly and comforted her. At the same time, he comforted himself. Yes, he will come back. He is the first man that I, Niu Yaohua, see in a different light, apart from my father. How can he be demonized or die so easily? Niu Yaohua nodded and said with certainty. Then she closed her eyes and leaned against the wall to sleep. Chapter 538. So close yet worlds apart. Why do I feel like I'm comprehending it in the wrong direction? In the desolate desert, a green silhouette was sprinting on the Gobi Desert, which was filled with gravel and yellow sand. His body turned into a series of afterimages, and along the way, more than 10 green silhouettes appeared. Finally, his body suddenly stopped, and the afterimages behind him disappeared one by one, condensing into a single silhouette. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was holding a yellow iron rod the size of a fist. His brows were tightly knitted together. His eyebrows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he muttered a few words, and his body moved again. Once again, he turned into a blur rushing forward. Although there were many blurs, his speed didn't increase at all. It just looked good. It's still wrong. No, it's wrong. It's definitely wrong. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan once again stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at the yellow sand that filled the sky as he whizzed through the air. He could only hear the sharp sound of the cold wind as he stood there foolishly. Wrong. This so close, yet worlds apart ancestors' calculations were wrong. This is definitely not the profound mysteries of space. My comprehension direction is also wrong. This is the profound mysteries of wind, formless wind. Formless like the wind, 1,000 miles in an instant. It looks so close, but in the blink of an eye, it's so far away. Right. That's it. Ha ha. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan threw his head back and laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. His body suddenly shot up into the sky, flashing like lightning. And then suddenly his body took a step in the air, and his body suddenly disappeared. He turned into a gust of wind, silently drifting into the distance. In the blink of an eye, his body condensed 1,000 meters away. Then he took another step and turned into a gust of wind. In the next second, he turned back, and his body condensed again. It was truly miraculous. Right, the space of the God realm is stable. Without reaching a certain level in the profound mysteries of space, one can't rely on it to increase one's speed. But the profound mysteries of wind are different. Wind is formless, and it can penetrate anything. No matter how stable the space is, no matter how dense it is, no matter how strong the gravity is, I am formless, and I can move 1,000 miles in an instant. The formlessness of wind is truly miraculous. After studying it for several months, Yi Qinghan finally succeeded in cultivating the secret skill, so close yet worlds apart, which only existed in theory. In fact, he had taken a detour, and the theory that Yi Ruoshui had provided was also wrong. By a freak combination of factors, Yi Qinghan managed to gain a basic understanding of the laws of wind, formless wind. He still hadn't gained a basic understanding of the two spatial profound mysteries, but he had actually gained a basic understanding of the laws of wind. Forget it. I'll continue to comprehend the formless wind to the major success stage. I'm only at the entry stage, and my speed has already increased by 2 times. I'm afraid that my speed will increase by several times after reaching the major success stage. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He laughed loudly as he stood up and began to walk around baleful Stream without fear. As he walked, he practiced the newly learned so near, yet worlds apart, while comprehending the profound mysteries of the formless law of wind. He felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement in this so close, yet worlds apart. Perhaps when he completely mastered it, he would really be able to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Stop! A group of martial artists wore cold expressions as they spread out in an arc, quickly forming an encirclement and surrounding the area in front of them. At this moment, an azure-colored figure slowly materialized in the middle of the battlefield. He came to a halt, holding an azure-colored metal rod in his hand. His eyes swept across the surrounding martial artists in disgust as he barked coldly, "Scram! I don't want to kill anyone." "Ha ha! Brothers, did you hear that?" He said. "He doesn't want to kill anyone. A first-level divine general, said, he doesn't want to kill us. Brat, you're too arrogant. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Obediently hand over your spatial ring or join us. Otherwise die. Submit or die. Boss, don't waste your breath on him. Chop him up first." The azure-robed man's words elicited loud laughter from the surrounding martial artists, and their gazes became even more disdainful. There were over 100 people in their group. More than 80 of them were divine general powerhouses, and their leader was a peak divine general powerhouse. Although the leader had only comprehended a middle-grade profound mystery, and the rest were all low-grade profound mysteries, he was still in existence that divine general powerhouses could only look up to. This first-level divine general powerhouse actually told them to scram. He didn't want to kill anyone. Yi Qinghan, indeed, didn't want to kill anyone. During this period of time, he had met 7 to 8 small groups, but he avoided them whenever he could. If he couldn't avoid them, he would use spiritual confusion to stun them before leaving. Killing people was very easy for him. In the baleful Stream, there were very few people that he couldn't kill. However, the baleful aura in his mind hadn't been completely eliminated. Killing people would only make his baleful aura stronger, and it was very likely that his personality would change, and he would gradually go crazy. Hence, after he recovered from his injuries, he decisively kept the slaughter god blade and chose a metal rod from the spatial ring that he had obtained. Then he started to walk in the desert and think of a way to eliminate the baleful aura in his mind. "I really don't want to kill anyone. Scram." Although he was trying his best to control the killing intent in his mind, his eyes still involuntarily turned red. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, if he couldn't suppress the killing intent in his mind, everyone in front of him would die. There would be no exceptions. Hence, he roared angrily and activated his absolute domain. Then, his body shot up and charged in a certain direction. *CKU. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Brothers, chop him up. Ha ha. There was a path in the heaven domain, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into the purgatory. Die. Kill. The leader roared angrily, and everyone started to move. The weapons in their hands lit up with colorful lights, and their bodies emitted a boundless killing intent as they swarmed towards Yi Qinghan. Spiritual confusion, scram! A bewitching purple light lit up, and the tens of experts near Yi Qinghan all stopped in midair. Yi Qinghan swung his metal rod randomly and sent them flying. There are actually 2 more second-stage divine general martial artists. Who didn't stun them? A look of surprise appeared in Yi Qinghan's red eyes. However, he didn't hesitate. He activated so near, yet worlds apart, and his speed suddenly increased. He dodged the attacks of the 2 martial artists and used the shock waves from their blades to bounce back. His speed increased by a notch as he shot into the distance. "Where are you running to? Chase him, chop him up." By the time the people at the back had surrounded him, Yi Qinghan had already broken out of the encirclement and was flying far away. The martial artists at the back were enraged. At the same time, some of the martial artists who were stunned also woke up. Their expressions changed, and they prepared to give chase. Only a few martial artists hesitated and stopped. "Stop chasing him." At this moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at the person who had spoken. It was their leader. "You fools! Are you going to die?" Their leader, a black-armored martial artist, stared at the disappearing green figure with a gloomy expression. He revealed a trace of fear and said with lingering fear, "That's an expert who cultivates the soul. If he really wanted to kill people just now, I'm afraid that more than half of you would have died. If he wanted to go on a killing spree, I'm afraid that apart from the Dovefish and Dovesharp brothers, who have decent soul cultivation, everyone else would have been killed instantly, including me." Only then did everyone come to their senses. When they recalled that bewitching purple light and the inexplicable dizziness in their souls, their expressions changed. This first-level heavenly god realm trash cultivator was actually a legendary expert who cultivated the soul's secret skill. "Let's go. If we encounter such an expert in the future, we must avoid him." The leader looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had disappeared to, then led the way and flew in the opposite direction. Chapter 539. This soul confusion. It is indeed not invincible. During this period of time, I actually met 4 or 5 second or third stage divine generals who could resist the soul confusion. It seems like I cannot rely on the soul confusion in the future. Yi Qinghan thought to himself as he tried his best to control the killing intent in his heart. In the past, he was invincible when his soul confusion was activated. This made him feel invincible when he combined his body. After breaking through to the divine general realm in the dark, baleful stream, not only did he meet peak stage heavenly gods, but he also met a few second and third stage heavenly gods. This situation caused him to raise his guard. The immortal world was a land of heroes and countless experts, and the number of soul cultivators would also increase. Just like the 2 people just now, their god force realm was only at the 2nd level of God General, but their soul cultivation had definitely reached the peak of God General or even higher. His soul cultivation was only 2nd stage Divine General. After combining with Xiaohe, it was only 3rd stage Divine General. Of course, it was ineffective against peak stage Divine Generals. He knew nothing about soul cultivation. Previously, Niu Huohua had given him a bottle of extremely valuable summerworm grass. That was how his soul cultivation reached the 2nd stage Divine General realm. Furthermore, he felt that it would be very difficult to increase his soul cultivation with spirit herbs. He decided to try his best to comprehend the mysteries of the laws and raise his cultivation level. These few days, he kept the Slaughter God blade in his interspatial ring. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about so close, yet worlds apart. He made use of his cultivation to suppress the killing intent in his heart. Occasionally, he would meet a small team with a female martial artist, but did not attack. Although he really wanted to use the Slaughter God blade to kill everyone in the team and leave behind a few female martial artists, he wanted to vent his anger and see if it could clear the baleful aura in his mind. However, in the end, he forcefully suppressed it. Although he had been in the divine world for a long time, his heart was still the same as in the Fire Dragon continent. He felt that there were some things that he could not do and some principles that he could not violate. Using strong martial arts to force the female martial artists to submit and force them to have sex with each other. In his heart, This was the behavior of a beast. If he did this, would he still be the original Yi Qinghan? However, if he did not vent this killing intent, it would continue to linger in his mind. As time passed, his personality would also change. To do it or not to do it? This was a very complicated question. Forget it. I'll continue to comprehend the formless wind. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan stopped thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more the evil fire in his mind would burn. He could only forcefully reverse his thoughts and immerse himself in the comprehension of the formless wind. His body also turned into a gust of wind and silently drifted into the distance. Before he completely eliminated the baleful aura in his mind, he did not plan to kill anyone, nor did he kill any demons. If he didn't use the Slaughter God Saber to kill the evil demon, it would be very slow. If he used the Slaughter God Saber, he would probably go crazy the moment he touched the Slaughter God Saber. He wouldn't be able to suppress it anymore. Another group of martial artists was heading this way. Bad luck, I'll dodge. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly solidified on the ground before drifting to the left. However, the team in front of him also turned around at the same time, moving much faster than him. He was forced to run back helplessly. In just a short while, the martial artists behind him chased after him again. Although his speed had doubled after comprehending the formless wind, he was only at the first level of the God General realm. Even if he doubled his speed, he would only be at the second level of the Heaven God realm. If this carried on, he would definitely be caught. Humph! Do you really think that I am a pushover? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The other party's pestering made Yi Qinghan completely furious and triggered the baleful aura in his mind. He stopped moving, and his face turned cold. He held the yellow metal rod and stopped running. Instead, he waited quietly. Wah, man, where are you trying to escape to? The first person to rush over was a muscular figure. Before the person arrived, a rough voice rang out. It sounded like a man and a woman at the same time. Yi Qinghan looked over coldly and felt his stomach churn. There was such a top-quality woman in this world. The newcomer was over 2 meters tall and had a very charming face. However, she was completely hairless. She had no hair, no eyebrows, and not even eyelashes on her face. This charm looked a bit awkward. She was tall and strong, and the 2 large breasts on her chest could scare a heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast to death. Wrong. It would be more accurate to describe her as 2 meatballs. Her thighs were abnormally thick and strong, and she held 2 dark, golden short axes in her hands. She was currently sizing up Yi Qinghan with a lecherous smile. That's right, a lecherous smile. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that he had become a weak little girl who was being looked at lecherously by a huge man with a malevolent appearance. He couldn't help but feel a kind of goosebumps all over his body. And she's actually an elite at the peak stage of the God General realm. There's more behind her. Huh? Isn't that Cleopatra? She actually didn't die? Looks like she was saved by this. Who knew? Yi Qinghan turned his head away, not looking at the woman with the unusual appearance. Instead, he turned his head to look behind him, only to see a group of 10 or more valiant women who looked exactly the same as the tiger girl madly rushing over. Finally, he saw a familiar person, Cleopatra, and looking at Cleopatra's speed, she had actually advanced to the God General realm. Running with Cleopatra was a charming woman with a slender waist. Their speed was the slowest, and they were obviously the weakest in the group. Wah. I was wondering why Big Sister wouldn't let go. So it was because you met a young handsome guy. Wah. There's going to be some fun tonight. This person's vitality is vigorous, and he's obviously a young man who hasn't even cultivated for 100 years. It's good to be young. Wah, Big sister, I like him, he's mine. This time, you guys aren't allowed to play with him, to death. I want to raise him. I want to raise him for a year. Bullshit, when did we Whitestone Tiger women enjoy a man without doing it together? If you want to keep it all to yourself, fight me, beat me, and I'll let you play with him. One woman was 10 ducks, and over 10 women were over 100 ducks. But Yi Qinghan felt as if there were 10,000 flies buzzing in his ears at this moment. That wasn't important. What was important was that the sound was very unpleasant, and this group of women who didn't look like women were talking about him. At this moment, he felt like he had become Tang Sung, caught by a group of hairy female monsters, and discussing who should enjoy him first. Shut up. So, he didn't tolerate it anymore. Using all the strength in his body, he roared. He thought that if this group of women still didn't shut their mouths, would his fragile nerves break? Would he go crazy in advance? Wah wah, you have quite a temper. Little handsome man, your resistance is futile, and your struggle is futile. Today, you must submit to us, the great Whitestone Tiger Women tribe, and tremble. You two ugly monsters, go and capture this man for this lady. When the tallest woman heard Yi Qinghan's roar, not only did she not get angry, but she instead threw her head back and laughed wildly. As she laughed, the two giant balls in front of her chest shook violently. This scared Yi Qinghan. Such a violent shaking actually didn't cause him to fall. What a miracle! That tiger woman laughed for a while, then swept away her shiny bald head and smiled in a very narcissistic manner. She pointed at Cleopatra and the woman with the slender waist, with a face full of disdain. In this situation, she clearly felt that the Whitestone Tiger Women tribe was the most beautiful, and that the woman with the slender waist with Cleopatra and the woman with the slender waist were used to set off their beauty. Little man, resign yourself to your fate. Since we've known each other for a while, listen to them obediently and obey them, or else you'll die very, very miserably. The Whitestone Tiger Women tribe's valiant and strange characters are not something you can imagine. Although you've actually broken through to the divine general realm, even Lord Patian can't protect you this time. Obey them. And when they're tired of playing with you, you can play with me for a few more days, and I'll beg Lord Patian to let you go. Yi Qinghan looked at Cleopatra and the woman coldly walking toward him, and he was wondering if he should let Cleopatra off this time out of consideration for their past relationship. Today, this group of women had thoroughly infuriated him, so he decided to attack without holding anything back. At this time, he received a transmission from Cleopatra. The transmission was filled with a trace of pity and a trace of schadenfreude. The last sentence, however, made Yi Qinghan's heart completely chill. Thinking of Cleopatra's ruthlessness in the firework tribe, a trace of coldness flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes. He slowly retreated, his back slightly arched, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 540. Hee, little brother, don't resist. With your first-level divine general strength, you can't even defeat the two of us, let alone the lords. Resistance is futile. Just enjoy yourself. Hee, little brother, your mouth is very tempting. Big sister will teach you how to use your mouth to please others. Ha ha. The woman with the slender waist wore a tight-fitting green robe. Her appearance was very beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous. This was especially so for her slender waist. It was slender and long, and when she walked, it was like a snake twisting. She exuded the aura of a mature woman from head to toe, a mature woman through and through. However, her words and tone, as well as her eyes, were as vicious as a poisonous snake. Snake and scorpion were the best words to describe this woman. Cleopatra, seeing that we've known each other for a while, I'll spare your life. Scram. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Qinghan slowly raised the iron rod in his hand. The baleful aura that he had been suppressing for many days was completely uncontrollable today. Perhaps he didn't want to suppress it anymore. He felt that if he didn't completely destroy such disgusting women, he would have nightmares every night. He always believed that it was not wrong for women to be ugly, but it was wrong for them to come out and scare people. It was fine, even if they were wrong. However, if they were ugly and still thought that they were a peerless beauty, acting cute and innocent, then that was unforgivable. Moreover, these women were not only acting cute, they were also extremely lewd. They even wanted to use force to violate men. They deserved to be killed. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Snake Lady, don't be polite with him. This person won't know pain without being taught a lesson. Let him understand the cruel reality. Cleopatra heard Yi Qinghan's advice but didn't show any gratitude. Instead, her expression turned cold and her lips curled into a sneer. She slowly unsheathed her divine sword from its scabbard, revealing a dazzling divine light. Hee, Cleopatra, house cats are not as fun as night cats. I like these wild cats with a trace of fierceness the most. I enjoy the process of a night cat being tamed. Do it. The Lamia spat out a pink tongue like a poisonous snake spitting out a snake tongue. She cut her waist with her hand and pulled off her belt. The belt in her hand twisted and turned, transforming into a sword shadow. It was a flexible sword. Before he could finish his words, his body turned into a poisonous snake. He wriggled and raised his soft sword with one hand, stabbing at Yi Qinghan's forelimbs. The soft sword danced in the air, making whistling sounds. Queen Cleopatra also stomped on the ground and jumped high. She shot toward Yi Qinghan's head like lightning. She then flipped her body and spun at high speed. A divine sword turned into rays of sword light and stabbed toward Yi Qinghan's head. Such a vicious woman. I originally wanted to let you off, but now I've changed my mind. Yi Qinghan's eyes couldn't help but turn even redder as he watched Serpentine Queen Sephora use her ultimate move, wanting to directly cripple him. A cruel smile appeared on his face. His body didn't move at all. When the two girls were about to stab him, he suddenly released the body fusion technique. Without any surprise, the two girls were stunned. Then, the yellow iron rod in his hand turned into a series of afterimages and smashed the two girls thousands of meters away. Wow, this person is also a soul expert. Sisters, transform and take him down. Yi Qinghan's attack sent Queen Cleopatra and Snake Lady thousands of meters away, stunning the group of Whitestone Tigerman girls. The charming smile on the leader's face became even brighter, as if she had found a fun toy. He waved the two short axes in his hands left and right. His eyes shone brightly as he shouted loudly. His upper body suddenly became as thick as a balloon. His body slightly arched, and then he leaped up and rapidly pounced towards Yi Qinghan like a tiger descending the mountain. With her command, all the Whitestone Tigerman girls waved the short axes in their hands. Then their upper bodies suddenly became twice as thick. At the same time, they jumped straight up and swung their short axes at Yi Qinghan's head. What is this? This transformation only increased the size of the upper body. His appearance is getting uglier and uglier. I wonder if his attacks have become more terrifying. Soul confusion. Yi Qinghan immediately activated his absolute domain. Then, he used Shadow Step to quickly retreat, dodging the Whitestone Tigerman leader's attack. At the same time, his body lit up with a purple light. He was prepared to stun the Whitestone Tigerman girls behind him and break out of the encirclement. However, what surprised him was that the two Whitestone Tigerman girls behind him didn't stop moving even though their eyes started to blur under the effect of soul confusion. The two short axes in their hands smashed heavily on his absolute domain. The absolute domain actually shattered instantly. Luckily, he reacted quickly. His body quickly leaned back, but his feet still slid forward. He slid past a Whitestone Tigerman girl's crotch and dodged the attacks of the other two Tigerman girls. Otherwise, his small body would have been chopped into pieces by these axes. These Whitestone Tigerman girls are indeed terrifying. They can actually rely on their instincts to attack, even when their minds are dizzy. Their attack power is also strong. Two axes actually shattered my absolute domain. Humph! It seems like I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Hearing the whistling sound of something piercing through the air behind him, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned completely red. He didn't care anymore. He flipped his left hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. The moment this saber appeared, the surroundings suddenly changed color. Even the biting cold wind seemed to have stopped blowing. An extremely evil and cold aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The saber that was more than a meter long was emitting terrifying black smoke. Yi Qinghan held onto the slaughter god's saber and stood there quietly. He was just like a demon king, bringing with him the aura of death and destruction. Swish, swish, swish. The Whitestone Tigerman leader, who was charging at the front, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her originally charming face instantly darkened. Then, the black color changed again and turned snow white. The pupils in her huge eyes instantly enlarged. Suddenly she shouted, "Run!" An extremely rough voice that sounded like a man's and a woman's voice sounded. It was like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the desert. The 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies who had also felt the danger behind them were shocked awake by the explosion. Their eyes widened rapidly as they stomped on the ground with their thick legs. They didn't even have time to turn around as they quickly retreated. Although they didn't know what exactly happened and didn't know how terrifying that saber was, they instinctively felt the danger. It was absolute danger. Therefore, they didn't think too much about it and decided to escape first. Too late. Yi Qinghan leisurely turned around. The moment he held onto the slaughter god's saber, his body seemed to suddenly become bigger. At this moment, he didn't seem like a human anymore. Instead, he seemed to have transformed into the Azura King of the Nine, Hell's Purgatory. He brought with him the coldness of the Nine Hells' Purgatory and descended into the divine world. He didn't make any extra movements. He just slashed forward with his saber. It was a light slash. Remnant thought. As he shouted, the black light on the slaughter god saber suddenly brightened. A terrifying aura instantly gushed out and instantly enveloped the 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies who were running a few hundred meters away. The 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies instantly rolled around in pain. Then, a black fog slowly seeped out from the saber and enveloped the surrounding few hundred meters. Chapter 5:41. Remnant thought. What law attack is this remnant thought? Have you heard of Cleopatra? It's so scary. We are so far away, but we can't even move. This is too scary. Cleopatra and Snake Girl had just woken up and didn't know how they were sent flying. However, they saw a strange black long blade suddenly appear in Yi Qinghan's hand. Then an icy cold aura came from the blade, instantly freezing the two of them. They couldn't even move a muscle. After that, Yi Qinghan softly called out, "Remnant thoughts," and the area in front of them was enveloped by a black fog. The dozen or so Whitestone Tigress ladies, and Yi Qinghan disappeared into the black fog. How should I know? No, this isn't the person I know. That person is definitely not this scary. Right, he hid his strength. He killed Shou Kuang and the others. It must be. It's over. We're finished. He will kill us. He will kill us. Cleopatra saw Yi Qinghan's domineering aura and became tongue-tied. She couldn't believe it. Then she thought of something and turned pale. She tried her best to use the divine power in her body to escape. Her body was limp and powerless. Her divine power seemed to be frozen. No, it was her body that was frozen and out of her control. Only her soul and divine sense could move. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to Cleopatra. Wah, wah, wah. The pained cries of the Whitestone Tiger girls came from the black fog. The two girls' faces turned even paler. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that a seemingly weak little man would transform into such a terrifying powerhouse in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, Cleopatra was thinking about how to play with Yi Qinghan to get revenge for humiliating her. Now, he could crush her life at any time. Although the world could change in an instant, this was too fast. Hiss, hiss. What made the two even more frightened was that several clouds of black fog floated over. The two were very familiar with the strange hissing sound. It was the sound of demons. Normally, they wouldn't be afraid of demons. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could still escape. But now, it's over. He's dead. The rolling black fog of the evil demons was getting closer and closer, but the black fog in front of them was gradually receding. The two of them looked at the corpses on the ground and the bloodshot eyes of Yi Qinghan. His face was no longer as delicate and pretty as before. His face was twisted, and his body was slightly arched. He breathed heavily, and his body moved up and down as he panted. He held the terrifying blade and walked towards the two of them. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. Not to mention this man in front of them, who was even more terrifying than a demon. Even if there were demons swarming over from all directions, they would not be able to escape. If you dare to resist, die. However, after Yi Qinghan slowly walked over, he put the knife on his back and stretched out two hands that were bulging with blue veins. He grabbed the two men's waists and carried them as he dashed toward the boulder in the distance. You dare to resist, die. Hearing Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice that sounded like a beast's growl, the two's eyes lit up at the same time. Resistance would lead to death. Wouldn't they not die if they didn't resist? The two's hearts became excited at the same time. Yi Qinghan was so powerful that he would definitely be able to defeat the demons easily. As long as they didn't die, they would definitely not resist. As long as they didn't die, they were willing to do anything. To them, what was more important than their lives? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the two's puzzled gaze, Yi Qinghan did not run or attack the demons pouncing on him from all directions. Instead, he actually dug a cave in the boulder in front of him. The two looked at Yi Qinghan, who was trembling and growling and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Madman, this is a madman. Does he think that by hiding in a cave, he can avoid the attacks of the demons? Looking at the demons that were getting closer and closer, the two's excited hearts gradually sank. If this continued, there would be more and more demons. At that time, all three of them would die. Bang! A moment later, a huge cave was dug. Yi Qinghan threw the two into the cave and stabbed the slaughter god blade into the entrance. His bloodshot eyes stared at the two's slender bodies on the ground, and his body trembled even more violently. Lord, the demons outside are about to arrive. At this moment, the two realized that the blade was no longer glowing with black light. Instead, it was glowing with a gentle light. At the same time, the two felt that their bodies could move again. They hurriedly crawled up and knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan. Then they reminded him worriedly, "Strip, strip, strip, or else die." Yi Qinghan acted as if he didn't see the increasing number of demons outside. His eyes were firmly fixed on Cleopatra and Lamia's slender bodies. His breathing became more rapid, and his body trembled even more violently. After moving his lips for a long time, a dry and hoarse voice came out. "What?" Lamia and Cleopatra looked at each other and were both dumbfounded. This person didn't care about the demons outside and dug a cave just to do it? This was too crazy. Although they didn't mind being done a little, it wasn't the right time and place. This lord was too horny. But looking at Yi Qinghan's bloodshot eyes and ferocious appearance, the two didn't dare to say anything. His body trembled as he took off his clothes. "Lie on your stomach. Raise your buttocks." As the two shining white bodies, like snow lotuses spilling out of the mud, gradually left the wrappings of their clothes and completely displayed themselves in the cave. The desire that Yi Qinghan had been suppressing for so many years, as well as the endless baleful aura in his mind, had completely exploded. When the two women listened to his words and raised their trembling white buttocks high up, Yi Qinghan could no longer suppress it. With a furious roar, the robe on his body was torn into pieces, and even the inner armor on his upper body was brutally torn apart by him. His trembling body was extremely tyrannical as he pushed forward. Pa, pa, pa. The crisp sound was like the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, echoing endlessly in the cave. And it seemed like it would never stop. Lamia's heart was very complicated as she welcomed Yi Qinghan's crazy whipping again and again. On one hand, she was worried that the demons outside would instantly demonize the three of them, but on the other hand, the waves of numbness that came from the peach garden made her forget about the danger outside. This was a kind of stimulation that she had never experienced before. This was 100 times more exciting than having an affair with her lover at home. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's marksmanship was fast and ruthless. Every time he hit the target, she would gradually sink into oblivion and forget everything. She was intoxicated by the most primitive movement of humans. This demon doesn't dare to come in, and the demon's aura can't seep in. This is too amazing. This man is too terrifying. Cleopatra didn't have the mood to listen to the beautiful pa sounds in the cave. Instead, she trembled and shook her buttocks. She began to spread out her divine sense to observe the situation outside. However, the more she observed, the more frightened she became. She was more and more afraid of Yi Qinghan, a man who could make demons afraid. How powerful was he? A few months ago, she said that she wanted him to be her boy toy. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know how high the sky was. Of course, she was also slightly relieved. As long as her life was not in danger, it was always good. As for doing that, who was afraid of who? Come on. I can't, Master, I can't. If I continue, something bad will happen. However, in less than 2 hours, Cleopatra was horrified to find that the Lamia, who was countless times stronger than her, suddenly convulsed violently. She had no strength left in her body. She lay on the ground panting, and even rolled her eyes, looking like she was about to die. Then she suddenly felt a strange movement behind her, followed by a series of pa-pa sounds. She frowned, and then realized what was going on. She cried bitterly in her heart. This lord is really strong. He actually has a special ability. That thing is actually like a huge fire stick, and its endurance is so terrifying. This is going to kill me. Chapter 542, Azure Dragon Castle. Godly King Xiui led a team of godly generals and walked around the castle. He flipped through the booklet in his hand and informed each courtyard before leaving coldly. Unit 88, it's time to hunt demons. Leave the castle. God King Xiui called out coldly in Courtyard 88 before turning around to leave. However, a voice transmission rang out in his ears once more. His lips curled into a mocking smile. You finally know the rules? He waved his hand and threw the booklet to his subordinates, telling them to send the message. He then turned around coldly and looked at Neopatian, who was rushing over. "What's the matter?" "My lord, I want to know something. I wonder if the godly king can spare some time to clear up my doubts." Neopatian suppressed the disdain in his heart and put on a fawning expression. He secretly handed over a spatial ring. It wasn't that Neopatian didn't know the rules, but he knew that the godly king wouldn't dare to agree to his request. The situation was dangerous. The Wa tribe still had 3 godly generals who hadn't encountered the tragedy half a month ago. He was afraid that they would encounter the midget powerhouse again and be wiped out. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan hadn't returned yet. He was afraid that things would go south this time, so he decided to take the risk with a last bit of hope. As a guard of the castle, I have the duty to answer some of your questions. Let's talk inside. Godly King Shui saw that Neopatian had never done anything before, but this time he gave him a big gift. He was slightly surprised. His expression became extremely gentle as he nodded and revealed a slight smile as he walked inside. "Speak. What's the matter? As long as it's not too difficult, I can still help a little. Of course, I'm sure you know the rules of the castle." Godly King Shui released his god realm again and said to Neopatian, "My lord, I'll tell you the truth. I'm weak. If I continue to hunt demons, I'm sure I'll be wiped out. So I want to offer all my godstones to you. I beg you to let me live." Neopatian didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. A pair of tiger eyes stared at God King Shui with hope. "Humph. Don't you know the rules of the castle? Are you trying to kill me?" God King Shui's face turned cold when he heard Neopatian's words. He snorted coldly and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Although he was greedy, he didn't want to die. He understood what Neopatian meant. Neopatian wanted him to help his team leave the baleful Enstream. This was definitely against the rules of the ancient castle, and if he was found out, he would definitely die. "Sir, wait. Although this lowly one's strength is low, I am quite wealthy. If my lord can safely escort our team out of baleful Enstream, I am willing to give my lord 5 billion divine stones. I might even be able to give you a great opportunity." Neopatian was anxious. He didn't hide it anymore and directly threw out his conditions. His 5 billion divine stones. God King Shui's body suddenly froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. What background did this person have? How could he offer such a sky-high price? And he even dared to boast shamelessly that he was going to give him an opportunity. 5 billion divine stones. He was a second-level God King expert, and after accumulating for over 500,000 years, he only had close to 1 billion divine stones. This person actually wanted to give 5 billion divine stones. One had to know that 5 billion divine stones could almost buy a first-level god, Emperor God crystal. As long as he agreed to this and took the risk to escort his team out, he could secretly go to the Battle God Pavilion to buy a first-level god, Emperor God crystal. After refining it, he could become a peak expert in the divine world. He had been stuck at the second-level God King for over 200,000 years, and his strength hadn't improved at all. He was just vexed that he didn't have enough divine stones to buy a God Emperor God crystal, which was why he had secretly accepted the bribe from the baleful Enstream expert. Now, a great opportunity was presented to him. This attraction was too great. It even stunned a dignified divine king powerhouse. His eyes moved rapidly, and his divine senses swept across the ancient castle. He then said in a low voice, "You aren't playing with me? My lord, how would this lowly one dare to play with you? I can give you 800 million divine stones in advance, and you can leave the baleful Enstream with us. Once we get out, you can immediately exchange it at the Battle God Pavilion." Our strength isn't high, and if we lie to you, you can easily kill us." Nyo Potion's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, he was just trying his luck to see if he could find a dead rat. To think that this God King was actually tempted, he hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart and said seriously, "What is the opportunity you are talking about?" God King Shui swallowed his saliva and asked again. "This." Neo Patian hesitated for a moment, but still decided to reveal some information and completely tempted this God King. He said, "To tell you the truth, I am actually a direct descendant of Longyang City's Nyo clan. I was persecuted by my clan brothers and was sent here. This time, I am preparing to go back and seize power. As long as I succeed, I can use my relationship with the Nyo clan to protect my lord and at the same time nurture my lord. As one of the 3 major clans of Longyang City, it is very easy for the Nyo clan to nurture a God King. Of course, I am not sure if I can succeed in seizing power. My lord, think about it yourself." "Nyo clan?" God King Shui smirked coldly. "It should be the Thunder clan. And you are probably not a direct descendant. That young lady inside is the direct descendant." Although God King Shui easily saw the flaw in Nyo Potion's words, his heart was burning with passion. However, his heart was burning with passion. The Thunder clan was the #1 clan in the Longyang Prefecture. In the recent million years, the position of prefecture head had always been the Thunder clan. In Longyang City, the Thunder clan could cover the sky with one hand. She was actually a direct descendant. She was actually a direct descendant of the Thunder clan. Actually, the moment Nyo Hua came, he recognized that she was a descendant of the Thunder clan. It was just that there were billions of descendants in the Thunder clan and millions of branch descendants. Those who were sent to Baleful Stream were definitely branch descendants who committed crimes. To think that it was a true dragon's daughter, the more God King Shui thought about it, the more passionate his heart was. His body was even trembling slightly. This opportunity was really great. If that young lady was really a direct descendant, and she could seize power successfully, it would be a great merit for him. At that time, forget about first-level God Emperor God crystals. Even third-level God Emperor God crystals could be easily taken out by the Thunder clan. And Nyo Patian asked for 5 billion God stones. This was the best proof of the young lady's identity. Although the Thunder clan was strong, ordinary branch clan leaders probably could not casually ask for 5 billion God stones. "Deal. I will do it. I just hope that you don't go back on your words. Otherwise, I won't be courteous. When you guys go out this time, wander around the teleportation array. I will find a time to sneak you out. You pay me that 800 million God stones first." God King Shui decided to gamble. With such a huge temptation, it was hard for him to reject. He was in charge of sending and receiving the people sent here. Sneaking a few people out, it was fine as long as he was careful. Even if Nyo Patian cheated him, he could at least get 800 million God stones, right? Chapter 543. "All right, my lord, please wait a moment." Nyo Patian suppressed his excitement and sprinted towards the inner room. His lips were trembling with excitement. He had never expected that God King Shui would actually dare to do it, and answer so decisively. Baleful Stream was now the Divine Realm's prison, directly under the Misty Lord's command. The management was very strict. For example, if he were to bring someone out without permission, he would definitely be killed if he was discovered. No one would be able to protect him. To think that this God King dared to do what no one in the world dared to do, and gamble his life for 5 billion divine stones. While Nyo Patian was excited, he also regretted it. He could have done this. He would have done it long ago, and his 5 brothers and the firework tribe wouldn't have to die. 5 billion divine stones was precious, but was it more precious than life? What was the use of divine stones if people died? Besides, Nyo Firework had already decided to go back and fight for it. If she could return to her family and gain their recognition, the family would give her 50 billion divine stones, much less 5 billion. This god King Shui is definitely crazy, or there's something wrong with the management of Songlong Castle. Nyo Patian knew very well that a god king had 1,000,000 years of life. It was easy for him to earn divine stones, and he definitely wouldn't take such a risk. It was very likely that something had happened to the important person in charge of Songlong Castle, or there was some other reason. But no matter what the reason was, this was a great opportunity for them. After a quick chat with Nyo Firework was shocked. She decisively handed a spatial ring to Nyo Patian, and then waited anxiously in the room for Nyo Patian. It's done. When Nyo Patian came in again and nodded at her, Nyo Firework was still uncertain. It was done so easily. Was this god King Shui messing with them? Did he cheat them of 800 million divine stones? Nyo Firework and Nyo Patian discussed for a while, and felt that while there was a possibility, it was very small. Since god King Shui was tempted by the 800 million divine stones, he would definitely be tempted by the remaining 2 billion divine stones. In other words, their chances of escaping were very high. Whatever. Nyo Haohua and Nyo Patian looked at each other and nodded slightly. They walked out of the house, gathered the team members, and walked out of the castle. The result of the matter would be known in 3 days. Nyo Patian and god King Shui had agreed to meet 3 days later when the demonic moon rose near the teleportation array. They were teleported out of baleful Yin stream. Lord Qingyao, the target has set off. Also, it's time for our party to go on a demon hunt. The 2 deputy commanders have already finished preparing in the front yard. In the backyard of the 314 courtyard, a cool breeze drifted over. Then, it suddenly condensed into a black figure. The figure knelt down on one knee towards the house and said, "Let's go." A cold voice came from inside the house. Then, a figure walked out. He didn't even look at the person kneeling on the ground and walked straight out. "Greetings, Lord Qingyao." 100 black-armored cultivators with stern expressions and awe-inspiring auras stood in an orderly fashion in the front yard. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanatical worship as they collectively knelt on one knee and shouted in a deep voice. "Depart." There was no expression on Lord Qingyao's face. He waved his hand and led the way out. The team began to silently and orderly walk out. Once they were out of Blue Dragon Castle, the entire team began to speed up and run into the distance. Swish, swish, swish. After running for dozens of li, Qingyao's figure suddenly stopped. The team members behind him also stopped. All of them looked at Qingyao with excitement in their eyes. They knew that the mission was about to begin. It was time to kill again. "Where is Ghost Rat?" Following Qingyao's shout, a gust of wind quickly floated over and condensed in front of Lord Qingyao. It was the scout from before. "Follow the target. If anything unexpected happens, immediately send a signal to inform me. If the target is lost or killed, bring your head back to see me." Under Qingyao's order, the scout did not hesitate. He lowered his head and bowed before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. "Team Qingyao, follow me. It's not too late to complete the mission after accumulating enough points. It's time to kill to our heart's content again. Kill whoever you see. Kill whatever you see. Let's get rich. Kill, kill, kill." The hundreds of powerhouses roared in unison. Their auras were like rainbows. With their swords and sabers in hand, they followed Qingyao and rushed forward. The situation was clear. The team Qingyao was the most powerful existence in Class 3 chasm of vile spirits. How could they let go of such a good opportunity to get rich? The target of this mission was very weak. They did not care about it at all. They decisively slaughtered and looted the chasm of vile spirits first. They wanted to make a fortune first. What? This, oh my God. After hearing Neo Potion's telepathic message, the 20 or so members of the Firework tribe all revealed expressions of disbelief. In the end, they all looked at Neo Patian in confusion, thinking that he was lying to them. Even Neo Gentian and the others revealed the same expression. Actually, many of them were prepared to die this time. Although Neo Patian said that they already had more than 500 points, they all knew that they would be finished before they had more than 400 points left. Neo, Yahwa's spiritual body, was too alluring. Her spiritual body had attracted 2 packs of greedy wolves. If it were not for Yi Qinghan, they would have been finished the first 2 times. Now that Yi Qinghan's whereabouts were unknown, if a 3rd pack of wolves appeared, who would save them? Many people even thought of leaving Neo Potion's group. However, if they left, no team would take them in, as they were only at the 3rd level of the Heaven God realm. The result of not having a team to take them in was being demonized by the devil dwellers and demons, or being killed by others. Now, Neo Patian suddenly said that they might be able to leave Chasm of Vile Spirits in 3 days. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Neo Patian was lying to them. If it was so easy to leave this godforsaken place, Neo Mitian and the others wouldn't have died. The team of more than 2,000 people wouldn't have been reduced to these 20 or so. When Neo Patian could not resist the fervor in everyone's eyes, he explained the reason to everyone and got Neo Yahwa's confirmation. Everyone cheered wildly, hot tears streaming down their cheeks. Although they weren't 100% sure that God King Shou-Yi would take the risk for the sake of 5 billion divine stones, they still couldn't stop the tears in their eyes. After a long night, they suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Although they were not sure if this glimmer of light was a sign of the arrival of light, it was still enough to excite them. Chapter 544. 3 days? Then what about him? What if he is still alive? What if he comes back but can't find us? At this time, a cold voice suddenly broke everyone's ecstatic atmosphere. After being stunned for a moment, everyone understood who Yi Yaorao was talking about. That man who was kneeling on one knee and roaring like an injured beast appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Protect, protect yourselves, wait for me to come back. Those hoarse and oppressive words still reverberated in everyone's ears. When they thought of that trembling body that didn't even look back, and of that thin and frail body that had descended like a divine emperor and saved everyone from despair, everyone fell silent. Those on the side that had died also fell silent. He came back, but we have to leave. To him, how cruel is this? Neo Yanhua had actually been tangling with this problem. Her heart was in a kind of extreme contradiction. Not only her. When Yi Yaorao said this, everyone was tangled and conflicted. This was a very good opportunity. This was the only chance he had to escape with his life. No one would resist this opportunity. No one would refuse. If they resisted and refused, it would mean death. No one wanted to die. They still had a long life. They still had a vast sky. 3 days. 3 days was too short. No one could guarantee that they would coincidentally meet him in these 3 days. Even to the extent that no one could guarantee that he was still alive, no one would give up the chance to survive for a person whose life was uncertain. So, no one spoke. Everyone was silent. Reality was very cruel. If everyone was in danger, facing a desperate situation, they would definitely think of that sentence. Hoping, praying, waiting for his return. And at this moment, everyone naturally hoped that he would come back, hoping that he would leave with everyone. But If he didn't come back in 3 days, everyone would leave without looking back, without any hesitation. No one would wait for him to come back. You all go. I will go look for him. After 3 days, I will meet you all at the transmission array. Yi Yaorao looked at everyone's uncertain expression, knowing that it was unrealistic for everyone to give up the chance to escape for a person whose life was uncertain. But they didn't want to wait for him, but she wanted to wait for him. She wanted to find him, and then leave with him. She was not a person who was easily moved, but once she was moved, she would not change until death. She had tried once, but that man had disappointed her and broken her heart. In the end, she killed him with her own hands, escaped from that world, and came to the God realm. In the God realm, she had met the second man who had moved her heart. She decided to give him a chance, and also give herself a chance. Within 3 days, she would use all of her strength to search for him. If she couldn't find him, she would return to the teleportation array, forget about him, and escape from this place, just like how she escaped from that world. Or perhaps during these 3 days of searching for him, she would perish and stay in this fiendish ravine, forever to accompany him and wait for him. Big sister, you won't be able to find him. You'll die. Big sister, don't do anything stupid. Maybe he will come back. Don't go, big sister. The desert is so vast. Where are you going to find him? Big sister, he might be dead or demonized. Just forget about him. Hearing Yi Yaorao's words, Bing Shui and Bing Yu desperately shook their heads, crying and persuading Yi Yaorao. They also seemed to be persuading themselves not to do the same stupid thing as Yi Yaorao. Several of Yi Yaorao's sisters, as well as the rest of the team, also tried to persuade her. Niu Patian and Niu Zhantian didn't say anything. Their expression was incomparably gloomy as they turned around, not looking at Yi Yaorao. Looking at this stubborn and ice-cold woman, they felt very ashamed. But their rationality told them that some stupid things couldn't be done. I've made up my mind. Everyone take care. Yi Yaorao faintly smiled. It was a little sad, but also a little sad. She turned around and madly ran away. Her body didn't hesitate at all. Like a moth, she threw herself into the raging fire without any hesitation. Even if she turned into ashes, she wouldn't hesitate. I am not as good as her. Let's go. Niu Huiyan didn't say anything. Looking at Yi Yaorao's gradually disappearing figure, she let out a heavy sigh. Her perfect face was filled with sorrow, and her petite body was filled with desolation. She was very envious of Yi Yaorao. She dared to love and hate. For her beloved man, she dared to abandon some things. But she couldn't. She had too many things that she couldn't let go of. Her too thin and weak shoulders had to bear too many things. There were still many things waiting for her to do. Her life didn't belong to her. She didn't have the qualifications to extravagantly throw away her life like Yi Yaorao. Sir, don't do it anymore. I beg you, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. 10 days, a whole 10 days. In a stone cave in the Gobi Desert, the pa-pa sound that sounded like waves hitting the rocks had been going on for 10 days. Mixed in this sound were bursts of moaning. But every time this moaning sound rang out, it would turn into pleas for mercy, painful howls, and finally become weak gasps. Cleopatra rolled her eyes. Like a fish out of water, she lay on the wet stone floor, listening to the pleas of Lamia. But her expression didn't change in the slightest, or it could be said that the muscles on her face were numb. She couldn't cry or laugh. A few months ago, she had said to the demon-like man in front of her, "Follow me. As long as you become my boy toy, I'll make sure you eat and drink well." 10 days ago, she didn't have the slightest fear in her heart and said to herself, "Do this, who's afraid of who? Come on." But now, she couldn't wait to slap herself. She believed that if she could escape from the clutches of this demon, Perhaps for a long time, she wouldn't have sex with any man. Or perhaps she didn't want to do this for the rest of her life. She was scared. For a whole 10 days, this man actually didn't stop the dance of the spear under his crotch. Of course, this wasn't important. Not to mention that they were now in World War II. If it was normal times, she could easily deal with it. The important thing was that this man's magic tool was too terrifying. Although she had never enjoyed such a wonderful feeling in her life, she, who had been fighting for a long time, would throw away her armor and be utterly defeated in less than a minute under that magic tool. Until now, they didn't have the slightest wonderful feeling. Only a burst of burning pain was left. The originally dry cave was now overflowing with water. It could even be used to raise fish. From this, one could see how intense the battle had been. Following a low roar, Yi Qinghan's body trembled, but the blood in his eyes faded. The cave was finally quiet. The lamia curled up her body, shivering as she lay on the ground, like a bitch that was about to die. Her nostrils could only inhale and not exhale. Chapter 5:45. Are we finally free? Joy appeared in Cleopatra's eyes. Although the snake lady looked like she was about to die, she heaved a sigh of relief. As god-tier martial artists, they were not worried about being whipped to death. However, if this continued, they were worried that they would lose their minds and go crazy. Furthermore, there was too much water. If this continued, they were worried that they would become the first god-tier martial artist in the history of the divine world to die from dehydration. Indulging in lust does have some effect. The killing intent in my mind has decreased significantly. This is much better than self-mutilation. Now, I can easily suppress the killing intent in my mind. Yi Qinghan stretched his limbs and relaxed all his muscles. After 10 days and 10 nights of bitter battle, he was slightly exhausted. He did not feel any pity for Cleopatra and the snake lady. If not for the slaughter god blade, he might also be lying in a cave right now. However, he would not be toying with them. He would be the one being toyed with. Although the outcome would be the same, at least he was the one on the offensive and not the one on the receiving end. To Yi Qinghan, this was a matter of principle. There are more than 100 demons gathered outside. The slaughter god blade has absorbed almost all of their aura. It's better to get these 100 or so points and leave this place. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan extended his divine sense outside. He saw more than 100 demons trembling outside the cave. The aura on their bodies had almost been absorbed. He looked at the slaughter god blade in fear and thought to himself, after absorbing so much demon aura, the slaughter god blade should be even more powerful and the killing intent should be even stronger. I better not use it so easily. Yi Qinghan took out a robe from his interspatial ring and put it on. He carried the metal rod and flew out of the cave. With the slaughter god blade suppressing them, the demons did not dare to move at all. When the metal rod smashed between the demon's horns, one of the demons was instantly eroded. In less than an hour, all the 100 demons were killed. More than 100 points were easily obtained. Lord, please don't kill me. I promise not to cry out in pain. I promise that you will be satisfied. Sir, please spare my life. My mouth is very good. And I also have a harem. As long as you don't kill me, I promise to make you comfortable. Yi Qinghan went out for a spin, and more than 100 demons were easily killed. Cleopatra and Lamia's eyes were no longer blurred, and their expressions were no longer numb. Instead, they were extremely shocked and scared. Seeing Yi Qinghan walk back with murderous intent, the two ladies thought that Yi Qinghan was going to kill them. He hurriedly ignored the tearing pain in his lower body and struggled to kneel, begging for mercy. The demons outside have been cleaned up. You guys should know the good news. Yi Qinghan did not say much. He kept the slaughter god's saber, glanced at the two of them, and ran into the distance. The baleful aura in his mind was more or less cleared. As long as he did not use the slaughter god blade, there should not be any backlash. It was time to find the people from the firework tribe and leave the baleful stream together. Sir, don't kill us. We are willing to offer all the treasures and godstones we have. Sir, don't kill us. We are willing to pledge our allegiance to you and be at your beck and call until our deaths. On the other side of the desert, it was like purgatory. The ground was filled with broken limbs, corpses, and broken god armors. There were weapons glowing with god light and broken god artifacts everywhere. The remaining dozens of martial artists all knelt on the ground and looked at the hundreds of black-armored martial artists in front of them in fear. They kept begging for mercy. Just now, this group of black-armored martial artists suddenly appeared without a sound. Without saying a word, the brown-haired, huge man, who could make one's soul tremble, held a full-moon blade in his hand that was glowing with a reddish-black blade light. Wherever the blade light passed, no one was a match for him. Even their leader, a peak divine champion powerhouse, had only managed to block 3 of his blows before he was slain. There were more than 300 people in the small team, but after being killed by the black-armored torrent, only 30 of them were left. Furthermore, this group of people actually did not suffer any casualties. How could they not be disappointed? How could they not be afraid? You bunch of trash still want to join our green glory army? Kill all of you. Clean up the battlefield. The brown-haired, bearded Lord Qin Yao snorted disdainfully as he swept his gaze over them. With a cold snort, several blades of light flashed. Screams rang out as heads flew through the air. This group of people was not very strong. Their leader was only a peak god general who had comprehended an elementary occult. Under the butcher's blades of a team of peak god general powerhouses, they had no way of resisting. Reporting to Commander, the divine stones and divine crystals in the spatial ring add up to about 8 million divine stones. The small team quickly cleaned up the battlefield. A deputy commander calculated the amount and then respectfully handed it over to Qin Yao. However, his expression was one of delight. Haha, not bad. In just 2 days, you've killed 10 teams and earned over 200 million divine stones. Continue killing. Slaughter for half a month and leave baleful stream. I'll let you enjoy 50 years in Fallen Red City. Ha ha! Qin Yao took the spatial ring and laughed maniacally with joy. This mission had been too satisfying. Even if they didn't receive the reward, they would be willing. If they continued killing like this for half a month, their earnings would far exceed the reward. Of course, he knew very well that if it weren't for this mission and that important figure, he wouldn't have so easily let his team in. Even if he did, it would have been because his subordinates had been scattered. Reporting, "My lord, the target has changed." Just as Qin Yao was about to continue leading his men around to hunt martial artists, a gust of wind blew in from the distance. A gust of wind blew in from afar, and the figure of the scout quickly condensed in front of Lord Qin Yao. Cupping his hands, he didn't waste any time and directly reported, "My lord, the 2 teams that were interested in the target last time are now rushing towards it. This subordinate is worried that something has changed and has come to report." Oh, hearing this, Qin Yao's lips curled into a cruel smile. A stream of dark red air emitted from his body as he caressed the circular saber in his hand. With 2 dazzling beams of light shooting out of his eyes, he shouted, "Brothers, here comes a big business. 2 teams, almost 100 peak divine generals. Chop them and eliminate the target. Let's go." Kill. Hearing that there were nearly 100 peak god generals, the members of Qin Yao's team weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. Roaring, they followed Qin Yao's footwork and sprinted into the distance under the scouts' guidance. Although there were 100 peak god generals, they were from 2 teams. Not to mention whether they would kill each other, they wouldn't be afraid even if they joined forces to attack them. Hundreds of bloody battles had given them incomparably strong confidence. There seems to be a lot of fighting lately. There are corpses and skeletons everywhere. I wonder if the people of the Firework Tribe are also in trouble. Tens of thousands of miles away, Yi Qinghan stared at the scattered skeletons. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was gloomy. After he left the cave, he had already encountered several teams that had been wiped out. Moreover, the corpses hadn't decayed for more than a few months. This worried him greatly. He had no choice but to leave the Firework Tribe that day. Now that a month had passed, he was very worried about the tribe's safety. It wasn't just because Nyo Patian had hundreds of points, nor was it because he had developed some feelings for the tribe after spending a few months with them. Most importantly, there were a few people in the tribe that he missed. The pair of beautiful sisters, the delicate little girl, and the ice-cold woman with a body like cold jade. Chapter 546. Because of his anxiety and worry, Yi Qinghan rushed all the way. He didn't kill any demons or demonic people along the way, nor did he get entangled with the warriors along the way. He calculated the time. If the warriors of the Firework Tribe were still alive, they should have just come out of the ancient castle to hunt demons and were wandering in the desert. This desert was huge, and he didn't know how to find them. He could only wander around like a headless fly, hoping that he would be lucky enough to encounter the warriors of the Firework Tribe within half a month. There's a team of warriors in front. No, there are too many of them. Let's go. Spreading out his divine sense to the maximum, Yi Qinghan would use his divine sense to check every time he encountered a team of warriors. If he found that the number of people was not right, he would immediately escape. What made them feel strange was that he had encountered 3 teams in a row, but none of these teams were interested in him. Seeing that he had turned around and run, none of them came to chase after him. One of the teams even sensed that their divine senses were probing them, and they were so scared that they immediately turned around and ran. Thinking of the countless wreckages he saw along the way, Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. It seemed that something especially terrifying had happened recently. Had these warrior teams been scared out of their wits, or had the demon hunting teams of the Shady Stream become timid recently? They weren't as arrogant as before. Indeed, many teams in the Shady Stream were scared out of their wits by the glorious Green Team. The powerful strength of the glorious Green Team, which had close to 100 peak divine generals, had attracted the attention of every team. The moment the glorious Green Team left the ancient castle, they went on a killing spree. In 2 days, they had slaughtered 10 teams, and all of them had been directly wiped out. Their cruel method had scared them out of their wits. In these 2 days, the scouts of countless teams had easily determined that these wiped-out teams had been slaughtered by the same team because the method of slaughter was exactly the same. And the only team in the ancient castle that had such strength and could easily slaughter so many teams in 2 days was the glorious Green Team. A strong team wasn't scary, but if they not only had super strong strength, but also liked to kill people, then it was very scary. Therefore, the countless teams in the Shady Stream didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. They didn't even kill demons, much less martial artists. They kept a very low profile in the Shady Stream. At the same time, they prayed that they wouldn't encounter a team that was even more terrifying than the demons. This also saved Yi Qinghan a lot of trouble. The speed of their advance had increased by a lot. In just 4 hours, they had already madly rushed for nearly 10,000 li. No. As time passed, Yi Qinghan investigated more and more teams, and he became more and more anxious. They had already scouted more than 10 teams, but they had not found a single trace of the fireworks tribe. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart. Niu Hua's spirit body was very attractive. The last time he left, Niu Hua had used her origin energy, so her body was extremely weak. He definitely couldn't unleash that powerful barrier again. If they encountered another small team, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. What should we do? Why don't we send a team to check if the fireworks team has returned to the castle? Yi Qinghan was conflicted. If he sent a team to investigate, there was a high chance of conflict. If there was a conflict, he might very well use the Slaughter God Blade. Once the Slaughter God Blade was used without Cleopatra and Snake Lady, he could only use self-mutilation to relieve the murderous aura in his mind. If he mutilated himself, he would not be able to move his body for a few days. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan decided to continue searching for 2 more days. If he really couldn't find them, he could only take the risk and find a small team to ask. There is a small team in front, and it seems like they are still fighting? After continuing for tens of li, Yi Qinghan's divine sense sensed that there was a small team in front of him. However, after scanning with his divine sense, he discovered that there were more than 40 people in the team. The number of people in the team did not match the number of people in the fireworks tribe, so he immediately prepared to go around them. More than 40 people besieging one person. This is really despicable. Yi Qinghan shook his head and sighed. He activated so close, yet worlds apart, and rushed into the distance. He did not have the mood to be a busybody like this. However, suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. His body suddenly stopped moving, and his heart trembled slightly. Then he suddenly turned around and ran toward the back, but his divine sense once again radiated toward the team from before. An ice-cold aura. Could it be her? Yi Qinghan's divine sense had only swept over the top of the team before hurriedly retracting it. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the aura of the person who was being besieged seemed a little familiar. The aura was incomparably cold. This kind of coldness was very special, and Yi Qinghan was very familiar with it. It seemed like Yi Qinghan's aura. Yi Qinghan, I'm coming to accompany you. Halfway there, he suddenly heard an incomparably despairing and lonely shout. When he heard this voice, when he heard the 3 words, Yi Qinghan, his pupils suddenly dilated, and all the pores on his body opened up. The hair on his body stood on end. This was not because of fear, but because of excitement. It was a trembling that came from the depths of his soul. It's her. It's her. Ah! Yi Qinghan let out an enraged roar. It was like the roar of a male lion who had returned from a hunt only to find his wife being brutally murdered. His roar resounded through the heavens and pierced through the clouds. His speed suddenly increased by several times, and his eyes turned slightly bloodshot. The yellow iron rod in his hand emitted a green aura that carried a domineering aura that could kill everything in its path. Yi Qinghan had suffered a lot. 2 days ago, she had left the fireworks team without hesitation. With a glimmer of hope, she had started to walk in the desert. She had wandered around aimlessly, searching for that figure that she might never find. In these 2 days, she had encountered 4 evil demons, 2 groups of demon dwellers, and 2 teams of martial artists. But she had never met that figure that she missed so much. She had tried her best to escape from the evil demons. She had tried her best to carve out a bloody path in the crowd of demons. To avoid encountering martial artists, she had been careful and kept a low profile. To avoid encountering martial artists who would covet her beauty, she had even clenched her teeth and scratched her face. She had not used the power of the divine crystal to repair her wounds, leaving her with scars all over her face. But she had not expected that she would still be coveted today. Looking at the pairs of lustful eyes in front of her, She knew that she could not escape. There were more than 40 people, and the weakest among them was a third-level heavenly god. Moreover, their team leader had not made a move yet, but from the aura that occasionally leaked out, she could tell that his strength was definitely higher than Neo Potion's. She could not escape. Since she could not escape, she would stay here forever. Little beauty, scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. TSK, TSK. Although this girl's face is ugly, her figure is incomparably mesmerizing. It's a pity that her temper is a little too fierce. Little girl, surrender and join our team. We will spare your life and bring you out of baleful Stream. It's better to live than to die. Think carefully. If you die like this, you will disappear from this world forever. Hearing Yi Qinghan's sorrowful cries and seeing the faint white flames on the surface of her body, the martial artists surrounding her hurriedly retreated. The group of martial artists surrounding her hurriedly retreated and tried to dissuade her. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan's perfect figure. Their eyes were filled with pity and greed. Before they could finish their words, they were interrupted by a furious roar from afar. At the same time, the white flames around Yi Yaorao's body suddenly froze. Her cold and beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, then widened in disbelief as she looked into the distance. Chapter 547. It's him. It's him. He didn't die, nor did he turn into a demon. He's back. Yi Yaorao looked at the figure that was rushing towards her like a crazed leopard. At this moment, she forgot everything else. The surrounding sky seemed to freeze at this moment. There was no yellow sand filling the sky, no desolate desert, no cultivators laughing maniacally. Only that figure roaring ferociously as he ran wildly remained in the world. Whose clothes are you holding? Who are you doing this for? Who are you roaring all the way? Who are you doing this for? Who can make wine in the clamor of the fire and smoke? He didn't go back on his words. He's finally back. Yi Yaorao's tears fell silently. She felt a chill on her face as she abruptly woke up. She quickly turned her face away and wrapped a white veil around it. At the same time, she circulated her divine crystal to heal the injuries on her face. She didn't want him to see her in such an ugly state. Brat, what are you roaring for? Phew, I thought you were some incredible person who actually dared to charge over alone. So you're just a first-layer divine general. Ha ha, humph, arrogant. Yi Qinghan's roar and mad dash gave the team of cultivators a fright. Then, they used their spiritual senses to check that there was only one person. Moreover, it was a first-layer divine general. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. A divine general could be considered an expert. However, half of their team was in the divine general realm, and their leader was a third-layer divine general. Wasn't he just sending himself to his death by charging over alone? Phew! Yi Qinghan also heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw that Yi Yaorao was safe and sound, he was very glad that he had reacted quickly. If he had brushed past her today, it was very likely that it would have been an eternal farewell. He looked at Yi Yaorao, who was staring at him in a daze. Her eyes were no longer cold, but filled with tears of joy. Yi Qinghan recalled the scene after he had killed the dwarf expert. He thought about how Yi Yaorao had walked towards him one step at a time. He thought about how she called him Lord Yi. He thought about how she said, "I'm not leaving. I'll die with you." He recalled Yi Yaorao's words, "Yi Qinghan, I'll accompany you." At this moment, Yi Qinghan's gaze gradually softened. His body also began to heat up. The door in his heart had quietly opened. He had always been a very affectionate man. He had very little resistance towards women, especially towards women who had deep feelings for him. He was even more easily moved. After arriving in the god world, he kept a low profile and didn't go out to provoke women. He knew that he had a lot of things he needed to do and didn't have the time nor the qualifications to provoke women in the god world. However, at this moment, he opened it once again for this cold, jade-like woman. "I'm back." Yi Qinghan didn't listen to the curses of the surrounding martial artists, nor did he look at the weapons in their hands that were shining with divine light. He only looked at Yi Yao Rao from afar with a faint smile on his face. He was like a husband who had returned home to see his wife waiting for him at the door after being away for a long time. I am very happy." Yi Yao Rao didn't look at the surrounding martial artists. All she could see was that delicate and pretty face. She nodded her head solemnly and replied in a slightly trembling voice. The two of them did not say much, but these two short sentences contained a deep affection as vast as the sea of stars. "So, you're still a young couple. Today, I will let the two of you share the same fate," the leader of the small team said softly. He felt that he had to say a few words on behalf of Yi Qinghan for ignoring his existence and the presence of over 40 of his brothers. "Shut up." However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cold shout. Yi Qinghan's smiling face suddenly turned cold. His cold gaze swept across all the martial artists present. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the strongest martial artist here was a third-level god general, so there was no need for him to use the Slaughter God Blade. Otherwise, if he used the Slaughter God Blade, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and violate Yi Yao Rao. Yi Yao Rao was different from the brilliant Empress and the rest. In fact, she was even different from Bing Shui and Bing Yu. This was because she was the first woman he had completely accepted in the divine realm. There was no suspense in the battle, so it ended very quickly. The small team also didn't have any soul cultivators. Hence, no one could contend against the combined body technique. As Yi Yao Rao's eyes lit up, the heads of over 40 martial artists were smashed into smithereens. Divine crystals and interspatial rings flew through the air. "You have suffered." Yi Qinghan kept the divine crystals and interspatial rings in the air as he slowly walked towards Yi Yao Rao. Although he didn't know what had happened and why Yi Yao Rao was walking alone in the baleful Yin stream, he knew that this woman had suffered a lot. It wasn't hard. "Nothing is hard as long as I can wait for you to come back." Yi Yao Rao shook her head as her body trembled slightly. Then, she threw herself at Yi Qinghan and hugged him tightly. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down her cheeks. Hugging this jade-like body once again, Yi Qinghan's emotions were very complicated. He didn't say anything else as he hugged her tightly and caressed her smooth back. He comforted her and vented the pain in his heart. Let's go. There isn't much time left. We have to rush to the teleportation formation when the demonic moon rises. If not, we will miss this opportunity." Suddenly, Yi Yao Rao seemed to recall something as she exclaimed. After that, she didn't say anything else as she pulled Yi Qinghan away and started to run away. Teleportation formation? What opportunity! Yi Qinghan cooperated and started to run with Yi Yao Rao. Now, his speed was much faster than Yi Yao Rao's. As they ran, the two of them conversed through voice transmission. When he found out about everything, he found out that Yi Yao Rao had given up the chance to leave in order to find him and had almost died several times. He couldn't help but hold Yi Yao Rao's hand tighter. This was a woman worth cherishing. Why isn't Divine King Shui here yet? If this goes on, young mistress might not be able to hold out much longer. Near the teleportation formation, Nyo Patian roared anxiously. Ever since they left the ancient castle, the team had been wandering around the teleportation formation. They kept a low profile and didn't get entangled with any cultivators. They didn't even get entangled with any demons or devils. They were only waiting for divine King Shui to arrive tonight so that they could teleport out of the baleful Een stream. However, they didn't expect that two teams would suddenly rush towards them just now. From the looks of it, they were obviously here for Niu Yaohua. Although Niu Yaohua had released the Thunder God's protection immediately, the two teams had close to 100 peak stage god generals. Seeing that the Thunder God's protection was about to be broken, the two teams began to split up and engage in a chaotic battle, as though they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. Fortunately, at this time, a group of black-armored warriors appeared along the way. The moment they appeared, they attacked the two groups without saying a word. The pressure on the people of the Fireworks tribe was greatly reduced. If it were not for this group of black-armored warriors, the Thunder God's blessing would have long been breached. Facing the frenzied attacks of close to 100 peak stage god generals, the three teams initially engaged in a chaotic battle, but in the end, it turned into two teams dealing with the attacks of the black-armored cultivators. The attacks of the black-armored cultivators were too strong. Moreover, they had great teamwork. They advanced and retreated as one, complementing each other's attacks. Less than 100 cultivators completely suppressed the 300 cultivators of the two teams. Why did these black-armored people appear at such a coincidental time? And they even helped us kill two teams. Could they have been sent by divine King Shui? A glimmer of hope lit up in Niu Potion's mind. Everything had happened too coincidentally. Moreover, the time he had promised to meet divine King Shui was almost up. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. However, 2 hours later, he completely overturned his previous thoughts. When the two teams abandoned half of their corpses and began to flee in all directions, the black-armored cultivators did not chase after them. Instead, they turned around and attacked them. After just a few rounds of attacks, the Thunder God's protection was instantly broken. Stop! Just as Niu Patian and Niu Yaohua secretly thought that it was over, an earth-shattering roar rang out. At the same time, a huge battle axe condensed in the sky. The battle axe carried a domineering aura as it smashed down heavily on the black-armored cultivators. The previously brave and invincible black-armored cultivators were instantly killed in one blow. Countless people beside them were also sent flying by the shockwave when the huge battle axe struck down. Great Divine King, save us! The eyes of the people from Fireworks tribe suddenly lit up. Countless people were pleasantly surprised. Niu Patian even shouted excitedly. Chapter 548. My lord, what is the meaning of this? The Green Glory Squad had just broken the Thunder God's protection and were about to kill Niu Yaohua and Niu Potion's group to complete their bounty mission. They didn't expect this to happen. After a few battles and killing close to 1,000 experts, the Green Glory Squad only lost 12 people. They didn't expect that God King Shui's axe would kill more than 30 members and heavily injure 12. Qin Yao's face turned gloomy as he retreated 1,000 meters with his team members. Then he said in a low voice, "Don't you know that fighting is forbidden near the teleportation formation? Scram or you'll all die." The giant axe took away dozens of lives and quickly shrunk before breaking through the air. The voice came through the sandstorm again, but God King Shui didn't appear. His cold tone made Qin Yao and the two vice commanders shudder. Go! Qin Yao was so angry his beard stood up. He knew the rules of the old castle very well. There had never been a rule about fighting near the teleportation formation, but since God King Shui said it, they didn't dare to refute. Cursing in his heart, he led his men and ran. Evil Een Stream was a very special place. The words of the 5 god kings were the law. If they were angered, their deaths would be in vain. Hearing God King Shui's words, Nyo Patian and Nyo Haohua were overjoyed. The other squads also felt their hearts beat faster. Nyo Patian and Nyo Haohua knew that the teleportation formation was protected by a barrier that couldn't be broken unless one was at the God Emperor realm. God King Shui had killed dozens of black-armored warriors in such a tyrannical manner, and he had even come up with such a lame excuse. They could easily tell that God King Shui didn't go back on his words. For 5 billion divine stones, he had decided to gamble with his life. I saved your lives, so I'll add another 3 billion divine stones. And if I'm chased by the God Realm's law enforcement squad, if you have the ability, you must save my life and help me remove the divine arrestor order. If you agree, please swear to the God Emperor supremacy, and I will immediately activate the teleportation formation to take you out. As expected, in the next second, Nyo Patian and Nyo Haohua heard God King Shui's voice. He was also transmitting to Nyo Haohua. It was obvious that he had seen through Nyo Haohua's identity, and there was also a hint of threat. All right. Nyo Haohua and Nyo Patian exchanged glances. Although they were a little doubtful, what did this God King Shui rely on? He knew that if he brought them out like this, they would definitely be hunted down by the God Realm's law enforcement team, but he still decided to do it. At the same time, he was a little annoyed at God King Shui's exorbitant demand. However, as long as he could get out of here, an additional 3 billion divine stones wouldn't be a problem. The two spread out their divine senses and locked onto God King Shui, who was 1,000 meters away. They transmitted their voices over and swore to the God Emperor supremacy. Xiao. Just as Nyo Haohua and Nyo Patian finished their voice transmission, God King Shui instantly appeared. Although his expression wasn't cold, it was very stern as he swept his gaze across the crowd. His divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. After a while, he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, follow me. Don't make a sound. And move fast. Let's go." With that said, God King Shui began sprinting towards the sparkling teleportation array in the distance. However, his speed was very fast, and from the looks of it, he was very careful. He looked extremely nervous. Phew, they were finally going out. At this moment, Nyo Haoyan's tense nerves finally relaxed. Her face became extremely pale. With the help of Bing Bing and Bing Yu, she quickly followed the team towards the teleportation device. "Are we going to leave?" Bing Bing and Bing Yu carried Nyo Haoyan as they sprinted forward. However, their divine senses were scanning the surroundings. They were searching for 2 figures, hoping that 2 figures would appear. However, after a series of scanning, there was still no one around. He still hadn't returned. Yi Yaorao was horrifying, and she couldn't return either. Bing Bing and Bing Yu's strange behavior attracted the attention of the rest of the team. Everyone subconsciously scanned the surroundings with their divine senses and began to run silently. Nyo Patian, Nyo Zhantian, and the rest's originally excited faces turned slightly regretful and a little guilty. Meanwhile, Nyo Haoyan's face became even paler. He returned, but we left. We left him alone to continue wandering in this desert. Howling in grief, Nyo Haoyan's eyelashes trembled slightly when she thought of that kneeling man on one knee and constantly howling and trembling. She felt a sense of betrayal. The first time, in order to save them, he passed by twice. In the end, he saved them, but his legs were crippled. The second time, in order to save them, he fell into the demonic aura and fell into a half-crazed state. In order to avoid a situation where he couldn't suppress it, he went far away alone. He found a corner and endured all the pain, licked his wounds alone, or left forever. His strength was incomparably great. Originally, with his strength, he could completely ignore them and leave directly to find a stronger team. But he didn't. He chose to share glory and life and death with them. Now, when they weren't sure if he was dead or crazy, they chose to leave. She felt a deep sense of guilt. She felt that they had betrayed him. They had all betrayed him. Don't think about it. Miss, if we are lucky enough to escape and return to our family, if he is also lucky enough to escape from baleful Enstream, then we will make it up to him. Nyo Patian glanced at Nyo Hayan. He saw her trembling eyelashes and her trembling petite body. He sighed deeply and sent a telepathic message to comfort Nyo Hayan. Make it up to him? We owe him too much. How can we make it up to him? In this life, Hayan is destined to live in guilt. She is destined to owe him. When Nyo Hayan heard Nyo Potion's telepathic message, her eyelashes trembled even more violently. After a while, she opened her eyes and shook her head weakly. Bang! As they walked, they arrived at the 3 teleportation formations shining with rainbow radiance. God King Xioi scanned the surroundings with his divine sense again. Then he quickly extended his hand and inserted his divine power into the shield of the huge teleportation formation on the left. The teleportation formation flashed with a blinding light. The shield outside disappeared, revealing the ancient and complicated teleportation formation inside. Quick, enter the teleportation formation. God King Xiui's expression became extremely serious and nervous. He shouted. At the same time, countless black triangular stones shot out from his hand and embedded themselves into the dents on the 4 sides of the teleportation formation. Let's go. Nyo Potion's eyes lit up. He shouted and stepped into the teleportation formation first. Then Nyo Zhantian and the rest quickly followed. Bing Shui and Bing Yu looked around again. When they didn't see the 2 familiar figures, they bit their lips. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they led Nyo Hayan into the teleportation formation. I'm sorry. Nyo Hayan's beautiful eyes stared into the distance. As she murmured, a trace of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. It was extremely eye-catching on her snow-white face. Let's go. God King Xiui inserted the last triangular stone into the teleportation formation. When he saw the teleportation formation light up with the familiar rainbow radiance, he heaved a sigh of relief. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he shouted. Abruptly, a beam of rainbow radiance shot into the sky. This beam of light was extremely dazzling. It pierced through the sky of baleful Enstream. The activation of the teleportation formation caused the heaven-earth Yuan Qi within dozens of li to stir. Dogshastra's tea. This God King is so bold. He actually dares to escape baleful Enstream with others. He actually dares to gamble with his life. Motherf *Ker. The mission has failed. The compensation this time will be huge. 10,000 meters south of the teleportation formation, Qin Yao's running footsteps suddenly stopped. She looked at the teleportation light shooting into the sky from the north. Her eyes flashed. Then she suddenly understood something and cursed. They're gone. They're gone. The demonic moon hasn't risen yet. How can they leave? They didn't wait for us. They didn't wait for us. Dozens of miles to the east of the teleportation formation, 2 figures that were running at high speed suddenly stopped. Yi Yaorao looked at the rainbow pillar of light. Her expression became extremely lonely. Chapter 549. Hee, it's fine if they're gone. Trust me, I can bring you safely out of this place. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Qinghan's back and smiled when he saw Yi Qinghao's disappointed expression. Yi Qinghan did not feel too angry or disappointed about Nyo Patian and the others' departure. Everyone had their own choices and their own principles. He never forced others to do what they wanted. He just did his own thing and did things according to his own principles so that he had a clear conscience. Yi Qinghao lowered her head and sighed heavily. Then she lifted her head and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Her eyes were filled with deep love. That's right, with him around. So what if they had to stay here for the rest of their lives? Without him, so what if they left with them? Let's go and take a look. Perhaps they haven't left yet. Yi Qinghan looked ahead. It would be best if they could leave easily. This was not a good place. It was better to leave as soon as possible. The two of them were about to run forward to find out what was going on when they suddenly saw a dazzling white light in the direction of the transportation formation. This white light had lit up the moment the previous white light disappeared. Moreover, this white light was coming from the sky. Someone had just teleported over from the shady ravine. How can there be such a coincidence? Yi Qinghan frowned. He pulled Yi Qinghao and sped toward the transportation formation. At the same time, Qing Yao also noticed the change in the direction of the transportation formation. After a moment's thought, she led her people toward the transportation formation. Swoosh! The people of the firework tribe closed their eyes under the dazzling white light. When their feet touched the ground again, they opened their eyes and looked around. However, everyone was bewildered by what they saw. The scene in front of them was very familiar. They were at a transportation formation. That was right. What was wrong was, why was the sky full of yellow sand and barren desert? It was exactly the same as the transportation formation in the shady ravine. How is this possible? Why did we teleport back here? No, we should have teleported to Dancing Phoenix City, right? That's impossible. It was only when a panic-stricken murmur rang out that everyone snapped back to their senses. Looking at the dazed divine King Xiu-yi and the yellow sand that filled the sky around them, they confirmed an incomparably horrifying fact. They had been teleported back, or rather, they had not been teleported out at all. Hua! As soon as God King Xiu-yi finished speaking, the people in the firework tribe went into an uproar. All sorts of questions and exclamations sounded out. This was too inconceivable. The teleportation array had clearly been activated, and they had been teleported out, but now they had been teleported back. Niu Patian and Niu Yanhua looked at each other and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. If there was something wrong with the teleportation array, then something big must have happened. Xiao! God King Xiu-yi's face turned ashen. The triangular stone in his hand shot out like lightning once more. He wanted to try again. He couldn't accept such an ending. Sai, don't try. Even if you teleport 10,000 times, you will still be teleported back. At this moment, a faint voice rang out, causing God King Xiu-yi's movements to freeze and the clamor in the area to stop. Then, God King Xiu-yi's hand began to tremble. Even the triangular stone in his hand slipped out of his hand and smashed onto the stone slab that was carved with complicated patterns, producing a crisp sound. Lord Mo? God King Xiu-yi's pale lips began to tremble. He stared at the north and let out a few quivering sounds. When Niu Patian and Niu Zhantian saw God King Xiu-yi's expression, their faces also turned ashen. Meanwhile, Niu Yanhua laughed bitterly in a self-deprecating manner. The stain of blood at the corner of her mouth became even brighter. Xiu-yi, you have made a mistake. A figure slowly walked over from the north. This figure was very strange. Everyone felt that she was walking very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of everyone. It was clearly a woman. She was wearing a green robe and had a petite figure like a young girl. Amen. Her appearance was unknown, but her eyes were very beautiful and mesmerizing. Wait a minute. Countless people were confused at this moment. Why couldn't they see her appearance? Why was it that when they looked at her face, they would unconsciously be attracted to her eyes, and thus couldn't see her appearance at all? No, there was something wrong with this pair of eyes. This was because everyone realized that when they looked at this pair of beautiful eyes, they could no longer tear their gazes away. They couldn't even close their eyes. It was as if this pair of eyes was the only thing left in the world. This pair of mesmerizing and beautiful eyes. And what made them even more horrified was that not only could they not move their eyes, but their bodies couldn't move either. This wasn't because their bodies had been imprisoned or frozen, but because their souls couldn't command their bodies at all. This was an expert who cultivated the soul. Of the firework tribe, only Nyo Pa Tien and Nyo Yenhua knew that this was an expert who cultivated the soul. Moreover, her attainments were very high. Although the two of them knew, they couldn't tear their gazes away from that pair of eyes, nor could they move their bodies. Only God King Xiui could barely shift his gaze away from her. However, when God King Xiui saw this pair of eyes, he knew that something had happened. Something big had happened. This pair of beautiful eyes represented a powerful existence, the strongest expert of the ancient castle, God King Mo Xiao Xiao. No, it should be God Emperor Mo Xiao Xiao. At this moment, God King Xiui felt like all the bones in his body had been pulled out. He collapsed weakly onto the ground and closed his eyes. He smiled bitterly and unwillingly. Lord Mo, you are a heavenly genius. To think that you used less than 10,000 years to break through the life and death gate and enter the God Emperor realm. A soul cultivator at the God Emperor realm can probably enter the ranks of 7th grade war gods. This is worthy of celebration. Xiui's luck is really good. He just broke the rules of the ancient castle and coincidentally met Lord Mo Xiao Xiao coming out of seclusion. You're wrong. Mo Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. She said softly, Actually, I only used 1,000 years to break through the life and death barrier. I know everything you've done over these years. 5,000 years ago, I also warned you, but you stubbornly refused to come to your senses. Did you think that I could break the rules of the ancient castle just because I was in the life and death barrier? Now you've made a huge mistake, so you can go. After saying that, Mo Xiao Xiao's eyes flashed. This ray of light suddenly shot out from her beautiful eyes like a bolt of lightning. It streaked across the sky and directly entered God King Xiui's eyes. In an instant, God King Xiui's pupils dilated and his body collapsed to the ground. A divine crystal that shone with white light and a green spatial ring floated out. Mo Xiao Xiao single-handedly grabbed them and kept them in her hand. Although the people of the firework tribe could not move, they could strangely hear the conversation between God King Xiui and God Emperor Mo Xiao Xiao clearly. When the white lightning shot out from Mo Xiao Xiao's eyes, everyone realized that they could move again. However, when Mo Xiao Xiao's faint sigh rang out again, everyone knew that this might be the last time they could move. Now, it's your turn to be judged. You've broken my rules, so you can go too. As soon as she finished speaking, countless people felt that the sky in front of them suddenly changed. Their surroundings became pitch black, and the only thing they could see in the sky was a bolt of white lightning. After the lightning passed, the sky became completely pitch black. Chapter 550. Bang! Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were sprinting across the desert. However, an invisible wall suddenly appeared in front of them as they approached the teleportation formation. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao crashed into it and bounced back. The teleportation formation was not far away, but all they could see was yellow sand. They could not see the colorful lights of the 3 teleportation formations at all, let alone a single person. Yida, Qinghan, what's going on? Yi Yaorao stared in front of her in shock. She did not notice anything out of the ordinary. She stared at Yi Qinghan with wide eyes. There's a very powerful expert in front of us. Seal the area. Don't make a sound. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Yi Yaorao with a serious look in his eyes. He was a divine general, but he did not notice anything like a barrier in front of him. There was not even a trace of energy fluctuation. It was easy to imagine how powerful the expert who made them bounce back was. Let's go. On the other side, the Green Glory Squad encountered the same situation. However, with his peak divine, General Qin Yao's strength, he could still see something strange. After a while, he ran into the distance without looking back. He knew very well how powerful the expert who could form such an invisible barrier was. He did not want to anger this person by continuing forward. Although the bounty was important, his life was more important. Buzz. At this time, a slight spatial fluctuation radiated from the teleportation formation. It was like a gentle breeze that blew into the distance. It blew through every corner of the chasm of Yin spirits and into the ears of the tens of thousands of martial artists. Ha! When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Let's wait and see if we can collect the corpses later. Divine General Qin Yao, who was still in a state of shock, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. At the same time, the experts of the Green Glory team also understood. They all smiled and looked in the direction of the teleportation formation. Divine King Xiu brought people out of the chasm of Yin spirits without permission. He has been sentenced to death. Team 88 bribed people to escape. Apart from one person taking over as team leader, the rest have been sentenced to death. Team 88's points will be increased tenfold. I hope everyone will abide by the rules in the future. The rules of the ancient castle will remain the same. That breeze was a voice transmission, a faint female voice. It was Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao's voice transmission. Hearing this voice transmission, the expressions of countless people in the baleful Yin stream changed instantly. The person who sent the voice transmission was too strong. He could actually spread his divine sense throughout the entire baleful Yin stream and send a voice transmission to everyone. One must know that this was not a material plane. Instead, he walked forward slowly. When he realized that the invisible shield in front of him had disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He quickened his pace and walked toward the teleportation formation. The teleportation formations in the distance were still in sight. There were 3 teleportation formations shining with rainbow light standing there quietly. Outside the teleportation formations, there were corpses and weapons on the ground. There was also a petite pink figure curled up in the middle of the corpses. She was hugging her knees and burying her head in tears. They're all dead. Only Niu Patian survived. Although he had already confirmed it, seeing the people he had spent so much time with die in front of him, all of a sudden, Yi Qinghan still didn't feel good, especially when he saw Bing Shui and Bing Yu, the 2 women who had a close relationship with him. He felt even more upset. Life and death were 2 different worlds apart. Although he was used to seeing dead people and had killed many, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. Ugh, Niu Patian was like a child who had torn away her strong facade. More than 10 years of repressed life, the Firework Tribe's fusion, the multiple life and death situations in the Valley of Evil Spirits, and now the death of Niu Patian and the others. She couldn't keep up her facade anymore. She was like a child who had lost her family. She wandered around helplessly and cried in pain. Among the corpses on the ground, the petite pink figure kept sobbing and trembling. It was so shocking and unforgettable. They actually left her alone. Sigh. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to come over and take a look. He wanted to send everyone off before leaving. But now, seeing Niu Potion's helpless figure touched the softness in his heart. Looking at Niu Potion's petite figure, he seemed to see Yi Qingyu in the past. However, his rationality told him that he couldn't go over. He would be burdened. He carried the hopes of billions of fire dragon people on his back. He couldn't let his overflowing sympathy lead him to do stupid things. And he didn't have the right, nor did he have any reason to do stupid things. Yi Yarao looked at Yi Qinghan, who was suppressing himself. She didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It was clear that she was also struggling in her heart. She just held Yi Qinghan's hand tightly and quietly leaned against him. She was a smart woman. She knew that sometimes she couldn't influence a man's decision. Let's go. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He resisted the urge to turn his head and slowly walked into the distance. His feet felt like they were tied to iron blocks. They were abnormally heavy. With every step, his heart seemed to be trembling and struggling. Chapter 551. I was right. Little girl from the Thunder Clan. Did you know? Dozens of my brothers died to kill you. If I can't kill you with my own hands, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Brothers, who is interested in playing? I'll let you have a taste of being the princess of the Thunder Clan. I'll also vent the anger of my dead brothers. Yi Qinghan's slow footsteps suddenly paused when he heard the laughter behind him. He could feel dozens of people rushing towards the pink figure in the distance. His body began to heave up and down rapidly. Finally, his closed eyes suddenly opened. He turned around and looked angrily behind him. Go 3,000 meters to the left. There's a huge rock there. Dig a cave there and wait for me. Yi Qinghan looked at the dozens of figures in front of him and quickly rushed towards Niu Yaohua. However, Niu Yaohua turned a deaf ear to him. She still hugged her knees and sobbed like a frightened child. Yi Qinghan once again closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was much more relaxed, and his brows had also relaxed. It was obvious that he had made some sort of decision to stop struggling in his heart and stop feeling pain. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan with some worry, but she didn't say anything. She looked deeply at Yi Qinghan and then decisively ran towards the left. She understood what Yi Qinghan wanted to do. She didn't stop him and chose to respect his decision. She chose to follow his instructions and wait for him to return. Let go of that girl. Yi Qinghan remembered the slogan Yi Shanhu had shouted in Yilan Street. His body was very determined as he rushed towards Niu Yaohua and the Blue Brilliance team. At the same time, he shouted loudly, although he knew that with this shout and this rush, there was another burden on his shoulders, and he had done yet another stupid thing. But his shoulders already had a heavy burden on them. So what if there was another 1,000? He had already done too many stupid things. So what if he did one more? Watching a little girl who was related to him, being brutally raped and killed in front of him. If he just left like this, he would definitely die. He knew that although there might be one less burden on his shoulders, there might be a heavy burden on his heart for the rest of his life. Men were impulsive creatures, and Yi Qinghan had been impulsive many times for the sake of his inner peace. He always thought that there were some things a man couldn't do. However, there were things that had to be done. Qing Yao's evil laughter didn't cause any change in Niu Huahua's mood. The dozen people who were getting closer and closer also didn't make Niu Huahua move at all. However, as soon as Yi Qinghan shouted, Niu Huahua's body suddenly stopped trembling and sobbing. She raised her head in a daze and lifted her perfect face. When she saw a familiar figure walking towards her, her absent-minded eyes suddenly lit up. Then, they instantly became incomparably complicated. She shook her head slightly, but her eyes still stared at Yi Qinghan in a daze, not willing to shift away at all. Humph! The members of the Green Glory team had long discovered the existence of Yi Qinghan, but they obviously didn't care about him. When they saw Yi Qinghan rushing over, they didn't show any emotion on their faces. However, two people quickly separated from the team and walked towards Yi Qinghan with disdain and mockery on their faces. Over 50 peak divine generals. So many divine stones. This is the biggest business I've ever done. Yi Qinghan didn't get too angry at the contempt of the Green Glory team. Instead, he ridiculed them in a relaxed manner. From the moment he had decided to save Niu Huohua, he had completely relaxed. He never thought too much about things that he had decided to do. Humph! A trashy cultivator like you isn't even considered business to us. At most, the two cultivators who were walking towards Yi Qinghan sneered even more. One of them even continued the conversation and mocked Yi Qinghan. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes lit up and he stopped in his tracks. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, all the eyes of the members of the Green Glory team lit up as well. Niu Huohua's limpid eyes were even more dazzling. They saw a saber. It was a straight black saber, a long saber that was spitting out black mist, and a strange saber that was releasing a terrifying aura. Step back. Qing Yao's brown curly hair moved without any wind. A round scimitar appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Black and red air waves intertwined on the scimitar instantly spat out. As he shouted, his body suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, he pulled the scimitar diagonally to the upper left. A red and black air wave with a destructive aura shot towards Yi Qinghan. Remnant thought. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. His eyes instantly turned blood red as he swung the Slaughter God saber forward. A ripple-like aura spread out like lightning as the saber slashed down. In an instant, it enveloped the entire area. The red and black air wave that Qing Yao had released suddenly slowed down after the aura spread out. It was as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Then, the black mist from the Slaughter God saber started to spread out again. Is this a soul attack? Is he that powerful soul cultivator? Just now, after Yi Qinghan's saber attack, Qing Yao felt his entire body turn cold. All sorts of negative emotions instantly invaded his soul, and he felt as if his body couldn't move. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. When he saw all his brothers in the area, they all looked at him in shock. Some of his acquaintances even started to tumble in the air. His heart was filled with endless regret and anger. At the same time, he circulated his divine power with all his might in an attempt to fight to the death. No, he isn't that soul cultivator. What kind of demonic saber is this? Suddenly, he realized that his body could actually move slowly. He was overjoyed as he suppressed the negative aura in his mind and tried his best to escape. When he was lucky enough to escape from the ice-cold evil aura, he realized that none of his team members had escaped. All of them had been engulfed by the churning black mist. Bang! He slashed at the black mist with all his might, but it didn't even cause a ripple. Then, the ice-cold evil aura once again spread out towards him. He didn't dare to stay any longer as he roared and ran into the distance. One actually escaped. It seems like this remnant thoughts attack can only deal with a peak stage god general, at most. Yi Qinghan swung the Slaughter God saber and easily harvested the lives of the people who were tumbling in the air and on the ground. At the same time, he casually kept the floating divine crystals and interspatial rings. After the last martial artist died, he hurried towards the only place that wasn't engulfed by the black mist. As he looked at the young girl who was still in a daze, Yi Qinghan tried his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart and the trembling of his body. He revealed an extremely ugly smile and said with difficulty, "I'm back." He looked at the man who walked out of the black mist, looked at the man who was still panting heavily, and listened to this familiar voice. The corner of Niu Huahua's mouth slanted as she revealed a bitter smile. Then her body went limp as she fainted. The black mist gradually dissipated, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and fresh blood. A trembling body carried a petite pink body as it walked out of the black mist. Then it ran into the distance without looking back. Unbeknownst to Yi Qinghan, a pair of beautiful eyes appeared behind the black mist. It was a pair of mesmerizing eyes. Although this pair of eyes was filled with admiration and satisfaction, there was a hint of helplessness in them as she muttered, "Sai, my lord, he still chose to do something stupid. Perhaps you will be disappointed when you hear this news." Chapter 552. Beside a huge rock southeast of the teleportation array, Yi Qianrao had already dug a huge cave. Although her silver sword was not a high-grade weapon, it was still a divine artifact. Digging a cave was very easy for her. Why aren't they back yet? Yi Qianrao looked around anxiously. On the way here, Yi Qinghan had told her that he had 100% confidence in protecting himself and could easily kill anyone below the God-King realm. However, there would be repercussions. Just like the last time, he would not be able to suppress his inner demons and would kill indiscriminately. Now that he had found a way, he could barely suppress his inner demons. Hence, when Yi Qinghan asked her to leave, she did not hesitate and came here to wait for him quietly. According to Yi Qinghan, the other party was a group of god generals and should be able to kill them easily. Why were they not back yet? Swish! At this time, there was an air-piercing sound from afar. A familiar figure was running towards them. His eyes were bloodshot, his body was hunched, and he was panting heavily. As he ran, he was trembling. He looked exactly the same as the team that killed the dwarf previously. It seemed like the repercussions were about to act up. Go in. Yi Qinghan had experienced his inner demons acting up a few times and was much more experienced than the first time. Although his mind was filled with killing intent, he did not panic. Instead, he shouted at Yi Qianrao from afar. After entering the cave, Yi Qinghan stuck the slaughter god blade into the cave entrance as usual. Then he quickly placed the unconscious Niu Huahua in a corner. Yi Qinghan sat down cross-legged, lowered his head, took 2 deep breaths, and said slowly, "Qianrao, no matter what happens later, don't be surprised, and don't stop me. I will be fine." "Don't be surprised? Don't stop me?" Yi Yaorao's eyes flashed as she looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. When she saw Yi Qinghan swipe his interspatial ring, a black dagger appeared in his hand. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Then she saw Yi Qinghan brandishing that black dagger and stabbing his thigh without hesitation. She panicked and frantically pounced on Yi Qinghan. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and stopped him from waving his dagger again. "Yi Qinghan, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Half of Yi Yaorao's body was pressed against Yi Qinghan's. She gripped Yi Qinghan's hand tightly as she looked at his twisted face and the blood flowing out of his thigh. Yi Qinghan had said that there would be side effects after using the slaughter god blade. Yi Qianrao thought that it would only hurt his body and soul. He didn't expect it to be so serious that he had to mutilate himself. Moreover, looking at Yi Qinghan's posture, it seemed that he wouldn't stop until he had pierced 8 to 10 holes in his body. What Yi Yaorao didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan had actually stabbed himself more than 100 times. Moreover, she did not know that Yi Qinghan had a soul ring that could automatically heal him. What's more, she didn't know that the murderous aura in Yi Qinghan's mind could turn into evil fire. Gulp! Ah, go away! Yi Qinghan's throat kept squirming as he swallowed his saliva. His body trembled even more violently. Yi Yaorao's concern caused the evil fire in Yi Qinghan's mind to soar. Her jade-like, smooth body was on top of Yi Qinghan's body, and her hands were trying to snatch the dagger from Yi Qinghan's hand. Unconsciously, her body was constantly rubbing against Yi Qinghan's body, causing Yi Qinghan to almost lose control. The redness in his eyes deepened, but when he thought of Cleopatra and Snake Lady, who could not withstand his lashes, Yi Yaorao, a weak girl, would probably die of dehydration if she fought with him for 10 days and 10 nights. With a shout, he forcefully controlled the divine power in his body to send Yi Yaorao flying. Then he stabbed his thigh several times with the dagger in his hand, completely paralyzing his thigh to prevent himself from violating Yi Yaorao. No, don't stab me anymore. You'll lose too much blood, and your body will become extremely weak. Your soul will eventually collapse. I won't let you do anything stupid. Yi Yaorao was thrown to the ground. She immediately crawled back up, but she saw blood spurting out and staining the ground red. He hurriedly pounced on Yi Qinghan again in horror, pressing down on Yi Qinghan's upper body. His two hands grasped Yi Qinghan's hands tightly as he desperately shook his head and cried out in horror. He could feel Yi Yaorao's two full breasts rubbing against his lower abdomen. He could smell the faint fragrance of a woman on Yi Yaorao's body. Yi Qinghan's entire body was burning hot, and his lower abdomen was erect like a tent. The hand that was not holding the dagger uncontrollably grabbed Yi Yaorao's perky buttocks. Then he moved it away as fast as lightning. His dry lips squirmed as he struggled to spit out a few shaky words from his burning throat. If you don't leave, I won't be able to stop myself from violating you. I won't die. Ah. Yi Yaorao's perky buttocks were suddenly assaulted. She was startled, and her body trembled slightly when she heard Yi Qinghan's repressed words. She saw that there was no longer any killing intent in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Instead, they were filled with boundless lust. She could feel his scalding body, and her arm had accidentally touched the heaven-supporting pillar on his lower body. Her face instantly turned as red as the sunset. She was somewhat frightened and lost. However, she did not loosen her grip. Instead, she tightened her grip. A trace of shyness and awkwardness flashed in her eyes. She was stunned for a moment before she spoke again. This time, her tone was incomparably firm. Qinghan, if violating me will make you feel better, then just do it. Stupid woman, go away. I won't be so ambiguous. If I do it with you, I'll use a lot of force. You won't be able to endure it. Go away. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Yaorao's words, he was touched, and the lust in his heart burned even more fiercely. He cursed himself for not explaining things clearly to Yi Yaorao. Now, because of Yi Yaorao's actions, he had wasted precious healing time. If this continued, he would lose his mind completely. When that time came, not only would Yi Yaorao be afraid, but Niu Hua would also be violated by his delirious self. Moreover, he would be torn to shreds. It was very likely that he would also sink into oblivion forever, never to wake up again. Using the last bit of consciousness left in his heart, Yi Qinghan slammed Yi Yaorao's body heavily against the wall. Then he stabbed his dagger into his left hand at lightning speed. At the same time, he released his divine power and broke the bones in his right hand. The meridians in his body also ruptured at the same time. He had completely turned himself into a cripple who could not move his limbs or circulate his divine power. "Qinghan, how are you? Why are you so stupid? Wake up." Yi Yao Rao looked at Yi Qinghan. Although his limbs had been crippled, his body was still writhing. The muscles on his face were completely twisted. He let out a low and hoarse roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at his own body. Yi Yao Rao understood that Yi Qinghan was willing to mutilate himself rather than violate her in such an ambiguous manner. Her heart was moved, and she felt a deep sense of pity. She thought back to the time when she first met Yi Qinghan and how perverted he was. At this moment, Yi Yao Rao knew that she had blamed him wrongly. It seemed like the side effect of the slaughter god blade was that his lust increased, or rather, he was unable to control his desires. He was a true gentleman. "You are too stupid. Since I have decided to follow you, my heart and soul are all yours. My body is also yours." Yi Yao Rao's tears streamed down her face as she watched Yi Qinghan writhe in pain. She bit her lips lightly as a determined look flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she stood up and reached for the belt on her waist. She gently pulled on it, causing her white dress to slide down, revealing a perfect body. Then, her face was slightly bashful, with a hint of anticipation. She quickly bent down and used both her hands to tear apart Yi Qinghan's blood-stained robes. Then, she took a step forward and sat down in front of the towering dragon. Chapter 5, 53. Hot. Yi Yao Rao's eyebrows furrowed. She felt as if she was sitting on a red-hot iron rod. It was a burning pain. Although it was painful, it was accompanied by a wonderful feeling, as if she was flying into the clouds. When she thought about what Yi Qinghan had said before he woke up, he had said that he had violated her forcefully. Yi Yao Rao instantly felt an indescribable bitterness. However, she did not think too much about it. She continued to twist her body in pain and pleasure. Ugh! In less than a minute, Yi Yao Rao could not take it anymore. Her body spasmed, and she collapsed next to Yi Qinghan. She breathed heavily, sweat pouring down her body like rain. Her mouth was dry, and she had no strength left in her. She was like a horse that had run out of stamina. She lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, unable to run anymore. "No, he's still in so much pain." She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the handsome face in front of her. It was still twisting. Yi Yao Rao gritted her teeth, flipped over, and mounted him again. This time, it was even shorter. Yi Yao Rao once again lay on her side, panting heavily in the cave. As she panted, her perfect body moved up and down. Her two full breasts rippled. It was a beautiful scene. Even after resting for a while, she still felt a burning pain in that area and her lower abdomen. She wanted to continue mounting her spear, but she could not take it anymore. She had no choice but to circulate her divine power to recover. Ugh, how could I be so stupid? I cultivate the law of ice. When Yi Yao Rao circulated her divine power, her body began to emit waves of cold air. When the cold air passed, the burning pain suddenly lessened. Her entire body felt refreshed. At this time, Yi Yao Rao suddenly woke up. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Her face lit up with excitement. She flipped over and sat down again without any reservations. As expected, as Yi Yao Rao twisted, her divine power circulated in her body. The cold air passed through her meridians and completely enveloped the place where the two of them were connected. That strange burning feeling suddenly disappeared. The red-hot iron rod was enveloped in layers of cold air. It was no longer burning. Instead, it felt warm. This time, Yi Yaorao's expression became even more excited. The burning feeling was gone. What was left was a wonderful feeling of comfort. There was no pain, only happiness. Of course, the twisting was even more joyful. Cool, cool. As he swayed, Yi Qinghan slowly regained some of his consciousness. Just now, he felt like he was on top of a volcano. Every part of his body was filled with evil flames that wanted to melt him into ashes. His mind was also slowly becoming muddled and confused in the midst of this raging evil fire. If he continued to be burned by this evil fire and wasn't released, the final outcome would be his soul dissipating. Fortunately, after he stabbed a few times, the soul ring began to release a white stream of air, which temporarily relieved some of the pressure on his soul sea. Then, Yi Yaorao's twisting gave him an outlet to vent the evil fire in his body. That was why Yi Yaorao had felt hot and scorching at the start. This was also why the Snake Lady and Cleopatra were no match for Yi Qinghan, even though they had been on the battlefield for a long time. Now, the cold air on Yi Yaorao's body made the way the evil fire was released more docile. At the same time, it also started to suppress and neutralize the evil fire. The fusion of water and fire was why Yi Qinghan's recovery speed was so fast. Men were yang while women were yin. If there was too much yang energy and it wasn't released, it would explode from the evil fire that had been accumulating for a long time. Similarly, if a woman didn't receive the replenishment of yang energy, she would also become colder and eventually die from depression. Since ancient times, yin and yang interacted. This was the heavenly Tao and also human relations. Because the slaughter god saber had absorbed too much negative emotions and evil aura, Yi Qinghan's yang energy became more abundant. This made it easier for the evil fire to burn his body. This, half a day later, when Yi Qinghan regained some consciousness, he felt that half of the evil fire in his body had been released. He couldn't help but feel astonished. At the same time, the waves of coolness and exquisite comfort from his third limb made his entire body tremble in comfort. He squinted his eyes and continued to lie down, enjoying this incomparable pleasure. Then, under the influence of the evil fire, he started to twist his body to cater to it. In the cave, the two of them were entangled together. Little did they know that there was another person who was gradually waking up. The cold and hot aura in the cave and the hysterical screams had already awakened the unconscious Niu Haohua. There was no choice. The sounds were so loud and the commotion was so great that even a pig would have woken up. Niu Haohua was actually very exhausted. At the same time, she was mentally and physically exhausted. She had once again released her source energy and activated the thunder god's protection. Her body was extremely weak. Furthermore, the death of Neopatian and the others made her heart ache. Originally, when Neopatian and the others died, Niu Haohua was about to faint. However, a strange energy suddenly entered her body and allowed her to hold on until Yi Qinghan arrived. This also allowed her to wake up earlier. Seeing that you are a direct descendant of the Leitang clan and that I have some relations with the Leitang clan in the past, I will spare your life today. As for whether you can escape or not, it will depend on the will of the heavens. She recalled the voice transmission that rang in her soul when the energy entered her body. Niu Haohua now knew that this was the doing of that god, Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao. However, what she didn't understand was that this god emperor seemed to be very heartless. Why did he spare her life and even sent a trace of energy over to help her recuperate? What was the meaning of this? Another wave of ecstatic moans rang in her ears, interrupting Niu Haohua's thoughts. She moved her long eyelashes to reveal a slit in her eyes. She looked at the scene that caused her ears to turn red. Suddenly, an absurd thought popped up in her mind. Could it be that God Emperor Mo Xiao Xiao sent this trace of energy to help her recuperate so that she could watch a spring palace show? Or perhaps she could join the battle. Bah! Niu Haohua spat in her heart. She felt slightly uncomfortable with the crazy actions of Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. Niu Haohua felt slightly uncomfortable. Niu Patian and the members of the firework tribe had just died, and they couldn't wait to do something. Moreover, they were doing it in front of her. No matter what, she was still an inexperienced young lady. Then, she suddenly recalled the abnormality of Yi Qinghan's body and soul every time he brandished that strange blade. This made her realize something. She quickly opened her eyes again and saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were still blood red. She knew that she had blamed them wrongly. From the looks of it, it wasn't that they couldn't control themselves, but that they couldn't. She recalled that when she was at the brink of despair, Yi Qinghan appeared and saved her. Niu Haohua revealed a bitter smile when she recalled that they didn't wait for him, and instead, Niu Patian and the others died. The cycle of karma. Was she reaping what she had sown? She seemed to owe him more and more. The moans that rang in her ears interrupted her thoughts again. She was very young, but her mind was incomparably mature. However, no matter how mature she was still an inexperienced young lady. She forced herself not to listen to the ecstatic moans in her ears. However, the moans still entered her ears, and her mind was filled with that embarrassing scene. Niu Haohua opened her eyes with an incomparably complicated expression. Then, she decisively knocked herself out. If she didn't faint and the two of them woke up and realized that she was watching the battle from the side, how could she endure it? Chapter 554. After half a day, Yi Qinghan roared, and the battle in the cave finally stopped. Yi Qinghan's body had also recovered by more than half with the help of the soul ring. He sat up and tightly hugged Yi Yaorao, who was almost out of energy. He closed his eyes and began to recall what he had just discovered. So magical! Yi Qinghan hugged this body that was smoother than tofu. He sighed in his heart. In just half a day, the killing intent in his body had been mostly cleared. The remaining trace could be easily suppressed. Who would have thought that Yi Yaorao's body would have such a magical use? If he had known, he would not have hurt himself. At the same time, his heart was burning. The killing intent of the slaughter god blade could be easily resolved by having intercourse with Yi Yaorao. Wouldn't he be able to use the slaughter god blade whenever he wanted? Wouldn't he be able to obtain points easily? Then wouldn't he be able to leave this damn place easily? So magical. Although Yi Yaorao was exhausted, she could feel that Yi Qinghan was fully awake. He was using his hand to caress her back, expressing his love and gratitude. She could feel that Yi Qinghan's injuries were almost healed. The places where he had hurt himself had already scabbed over. Furthermore, his body did not look weak at all. At the same time, she felt embarrassed. It seemed like Yi Qinghan's body had some kind of treasure. If not, it would be impossible for him to heal himself so quickly with the divine crystal. It seemed like she had been too impulsive. Others did not need it, but she had shamelessly delivered it to him. Thinking of this, Yi Yaorao suddenly felt a wave of shyness. She buried her head deep into Yi Qinghan's broad shoulders and closed her beautiful eyes tightly, unwilling to open them. Yaorao, thank you. I'm sorry. After a while, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Yi Yaorao's ears, which were still slightly red. It took a lot of courage for a cold woman like her to do something so embarrassing in front of outsiders. In other words, this woman's love for him was very deep. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Yi Yaorao's body trembled slightly. However, she became even more embarrassed. She closed her eyes and buried her head even lower. While she was twisting her body, she felt that thing under her buttocks had a reaction and started to harden again. Startled, she hurriedly leapt up and quickly took out a palace dress from her space ring before hurriedly putting it on. Hee, you should rest first. I'll treat the injuries on my body first. Yi Qinghan smiled, admiring the beautiful scene of Yi alluring putting on her clothes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a robe and draped it over his body, carelessly covering himself. Then he started to circulate his divine power and started to heal his injured meridians. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again, he found that the demonic moon had risen again. Yi Yaorao and Niu Yanhua were sitting in a corner, talking. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again, he realized that the demon moon had risen again. Yi Yaorao and Niu Hua were sitting in a corner and talking. Sister Yaorao, wait for big brother Yi to recover. You should leave. Hua is an inauspicious person. Everyone who grew up with him has died. I will harm you. What are you talking about? Miss Hua, don't think too much. Since Qinghan saved you, he won't abandon you. Big brother Yi is a good person and a true hero. It's a pity that Hua will never be able to repay his kindness in this lifetime. If there is a next life, Hua will do anything to repay him for the rest of my life. Trust him. He can bring me out, and he can bring you out too. You know his strength. I have 10 times the points now. 10,000 points. Even a team of peak divine generals wouldn't have such a high number of points. You should leave. Hua can't be a burden to you anymore. You should join any team and leave this place quickly. The Blood Moon Day is coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Yi Qinghan listened for a while and realized that he had been foolish. He had impulsively saved Niu Hua. Now, it seemed that he wasn't too stupid. At least he could think clearly and feel at ease. Niu Hua was really grateful. Of course, he didn't care about Niu Hua's identity or her primordial yin that many people coveted. He simply felt that there were some things that he had to do, and he did them. Yaorao is right. Trust me, I can bring you out. Miss Hua, let the past be the past. Don't worry about it too much. Life. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and turned to look at Niu Hua. He stood up and wanted to comfort her. However, he suddenly realized that the two women were looking at him strangely. Yi Yaorao's face was blushing while Niu Hua's eyes were wide open in shock. He frowned in confusion. What did he say wrong? Then he suddenly woke up and blushed. He was extremely embarrassed. He quickly circulated his divine power and flew out of the cave like lightning. He had forgotten one thing. It was inconvenient for him to move, so he didn't wear his robe. He had just casually draped it over his body. When he woke up and heard Niu Hua and Yi Yaorao's conversation, he had forgotten about it. Now that he suddenly stood up, Sin, his glorious image was completely ruined. Yi Qinghan quickly put on his robe and took out his iron rod. He fiercely swung it at the few evil demons outside the cave. He vented his anger and embarrassment on the evil demons. After killing all the evil demons outside, Yi Qinghan was too embarrassed to enter the cave. He sat cross-legged outside the cave for a while. He was really bored and started to circulate imminent skyline to run around. Niu Hua's body hadn't recovered, and Yi Yaorao needed to rest. He could only wait outside. The atmosphere inside the cave was even more awkward than Yi Qinghan's. The two of them needed to rest. However, after Yi Qinghan did that, the two of them were embarrassed. Plus, the lingering aura from the battle inside the cave made the two of them even more embarrassed. In the end, the two of them stopped talking and closed their eyes to cultivate with complicated thoughts. With that, Niu Yaohua's mood improved a little. When the sun started to rise, the three of them left the cave and started walking. However, The atmosphere between the three of them was a little strange. Yi Yaorao had a cold personality and didn't like to talk much. Occasionally, she would look at Yi Qinghan's back with affection in her eyes. Niu Hua looked at Yi Qinghan's back with complicated feelings and silently walked forward. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look at the two of them. He awkwardly ran in front. This, Yi Qinghan kept muttering in his heart. He originally wanted to discuss the next plan with the two of them and ask Niu Hua about the specific situation. However, he didn't know what to say. He didn't dare to turn around to look at the two of them. He felt a wave of anger in his heart. He had experienced all kinds of situations, but he didn't know what to do when facing two women. What was going on? Chapter 555. Big Brother Yi, you can't go any further. The castle is in front of you. According to the rules, you can't go near the castle until it's time to go back. Yi Qinghan walked forward blankly. Yi Qianrao was too focused on her lover to notice. In the end, it was Niu Yaohua who wanted to speak. Although she was a bit shy to talk to Yi Qinghan, she remembered that she had seen Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan doing those shameful things. What was there to be shy about? So she gathered her courage and spoke. Oh, that's right. This way, this way. Hearing Niu Yaohua's soft voice, Yi Qinghan tensed up. After a moment of surprise, he turned around and walked to the right, scratching his head as he walked. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, Miss Yaohua, do you still have points? I think we need to make a plan. The Blood Moon Day is coming. We need to find a way to get out. Points? Oh, Uncle Patian, and the other spatial rings are with me. That God Emperor threw them all to me. There are about 400 points. Oh, Big Brother Yi, take it. There are also the spatial rings of the experts you killed. The divine stones and divine realms inside are worth tens of millions of divine stones. Niu Huihua seemed to have thought it through after a long night. She took out a few interspatial rings from her interspatial ring and threw them to Yi Qinghan. At the same time, she started to explain everything that they had encountered to Yi Qinghan. She even told him about Emperor God, Mo Xiaoxiao's voice transmission. She was very clear that Yi Qinghan's current strength was very strong. Whether or not she could walk out of here depended entirely on this man. She thought it was necessary to let Yi Qinghan know everything so that he could make the right decision. Yi Qinghan took the spatial rings and found them full of divine stones and divine crystals. He was secretly delighted. It seemed that he had gained a lot in these few months in baleful Enstream. Once he got out, he would exchange all of these divine crystals for divine stones. In addition to the divine stones he had collected from killing so many warriors, he would probably have 200 to 300 million divine stones. It seemed like divine stones were easy to earn in the baleful Enstream. He even understood the idea of killing all the warriors in the baleful Enstream. He wondered if he could gather 1 billion divine stones after killing all of them. If it was enough, wouldn't he be able to buy the fire dragon plane? Of course, he knew that this was just a thought. If he killed the cultivators in a frenzy and caused the death rate of the cultivators in the baleful Enstream to exceed the normal range, it was very likely to attract the attention of the few god kings in the ancient castle, not to mention killing all the cultivators in the baleful Enstream. At that time, it would be troublesome if the few god kings came to snatch the slaughter god saber. It's a god emperor. No wonder it's so powerful. After pondering for a moment, he recalled Niu Haiyan's words, recalled the abnormality of the teleportation formation, and recalled the invisible wall in the air. He was shocked. That expert was actually a god emperor. Shi Yan recalled Lord Devour's attacks several times, and he couldn't help but admire the god emperor's power. Although his overall strength was invincible in the god general realm, he was only at the first stage of the God General realm. However, he was only at the first stage of the God General realm. Not to mention the God Emperor realm, even the God King realm was beyond his reach. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This God Emperor Mo is very powerful, but her strength does not lie in her realm. Instead, it lies in the fact that she is a soul cultivator. It is very strange that such a powerful existence would actually stay in this small third-grade baleful stream. Logically speaking, such a powerful existence should be guarding the second-grade baleful stream, or the first-grade baleful stream. If she goes out, she will definitely be a prefecture lord. Nyo Hayan thought of another problem as she frowned and sighed. Soul cultivator? A powerhouse at the level of a manor lord. Is she that powerful? Yi Qinghan was shocked by Nyo Hayan's words. A prefecture lord was a top-notch existence in the divine world. Why would she be guarding this small third-grade baleful stream? Such a powerful person? Would she find out that he had used the slaughter god's saber to save Nyo Hayan? If she found out that she was greedy, it would be troublesome. Nyo Hayan saw Yi Qinghan's puzzled expression and explained, yes, this God Emperor, Mo, has clearly just broken through to the God Arch realm. Normally, a new God Emperor would at most have the strength of a fifth-grade war god. However, soul cultivators are different. Although their nomological laws are not high, their soul cultivation is extremely powerful. Once they break through to the God Arch realm, their strength will basically reach the strength of a seventh-grade war god. This God Emperor Mo's soul cultivation is extremely terrifying. Hence, I can conclude that she is a soul cultivator. Since she broke through to the God Arch realm, her strength is definitely higher than a seventh-grade war god. Why is it that when a soul cultivator breaks through to the God Arch realm, their strength will definitely reach the seventh-grade war god level? And what is a soul cultivator? Aren't we all cultivating our souls? My soul cultivation has already reached the second-grade God General realm. Does that mean that I am also a soul cultivator? Yi Qinghan was confused. According to Nyo Hayan, a soul cultivator was an expert who cultivated his soul and used it to attack and defend. His body fusion technique was soul attack. Did that mean that he was also a soul cultivator? Wrong. A soul cultivator is a type of person whose soul cultivation is especially powerful. This type of person's soul cultivation is at least at the God King realm. Nyo Hayan was slightly surprised by Yi Qinghan's idiocy. However, when she recalled that Yi Qinghan seemed to have forgotten something, she felt slightly relieved and explained, the cultivation of the soul is the hardest to improve. Your soul cultivation has reached the second-grade God General realm because of the summer worm grass I gave you. This thing is very rare. Furthermore, after using the summer worm grass, it is almost impossible for you to use another spiritual medicine to improve your soul. Without a special cultivation method, a warrior's soul cultivation will stagnate after reaching the pinnacle of the God General realm. Countless 7th, 8th, and even 9th grade war god's soul cultivation is only at the pinnacle of the God General realm. If one's soul cultivation reaches the God King realm, then one can be considered a soul cultivator. Once one's soul cultivation reaches the God King realm, one's attacks will be incomparably terrifying and bizarre. This is because the soul is one of the fundamentals of a warrior. However, for soul cultivators, the cultivation of their laws will become extremely difficult. They can only improve their laws after their soul cultivation has improved. Since Lady Mo's soul cultivation has reached the God Emperor realm, it means that her soul cultivation has also reached the God Emperor realm. When one's soul cultivation reaches the God Emperor realm, it is extremely terrifying. At the very least, one can reach the strength of a 7th grade war god. A 7th grade war god can be considered an expert on the same level as a palace lord. Oh, I see. Yi Qinghan was skeptical. Countless 7th, 8th, and even 9th grade war gods' soul cultivation was only at the pinnacle of the god general realm. How many years had he been cultivating? He had already reached the 2nd grade of the god general realm. Was his luck too good? Or was Niu Haiyan exaggerating? Chapter 5, 56. Boss, Niu Hua is right. Actually, we soul-devouring beasts are natural soul cultivators. If our soul realm does not increase, we will not be able to comprehend the laws. Originally, I did not believe what my aunt said. Now that I have become a divine beast and entered the heavenly god realm for so long, because my soul realm is still at the first stage of the heavenly god realm, I cannot comprehend the laws at all. Furthermore, my inherited memories also mentioned this point, so I can only obediently follow the inherited memories and start to slowly cultivate my soul. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan, and he was slightly relieved. God Emperor Mo was such a powerful existence. He probably would not be interested in a small slaughter god blade. Originally, Yi Qinghan felt that it was strange. Xiao He had been a divine beast for so long, but his strength had not increased at all. He had not even comprehended the laws at all. Recently, he had also been very low-key and did not interact much with him. So, he was actually cultivating his soul. And then Xiao He must work hard and become a powerful soul cultivator in the future. If you do not break through your realm, your powerful, innate sacred art will be useless now. Yi Qinghan sighed and started to feel vexed. If he really could not increase his soul realm, then the power of his and Xiao He's combined combat technique would always be this strong. Also, Xiao He's most powerful technique, Soul Devourer, had completely lost its effect. It was not even as effective as Soul Confusion, now that the Slaughter God Blade had mutated, and he discovered that Yi Yaorao's cold energy could alleviate the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura. Even Soul Confusion had lost its effect. It seemed like if he wanted to continue increasing his strength, he still needed to focus on comprehending the laws. However, Xiao He was clearly affected by Yi Qinghan's words. He transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Boss, it is not that I am not working hard. It is that your strength has increased too much. Think about it. How long have you been in the divine world? Old Lu has already cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Let's not talk about this anymore. I will continue to cultivate my soul. I am about to break through to the 2nd stage. Kiki, Yi Qinghan was stunned. It seemed like he had been forced into a corner by the countless dangers of the god realm. He had always been thinking about how to improve his strength, but he had forgotten that he had cultivated for such a short period of time. If word of this were to spread, many people would not dare to believe it. He had been asking for too much. Raising his cultivation level was not something that could be done in a hurry. That's right. Who cares? Elder Lu had cultivated for 10,000 years to reach the peak of the heavenly god realm, but now he could easily kill a peak god general. We should be content with what we have. Let's think of a way to earn enough points to leave this place first. Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. Instead, he looked into the distance. In the remaining time, it was time to kill as many demons as he could. By killing a large number of demons, the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura would be alleviated. Demons were equivalent to white points that were placed on the ground. Of course, if there were any ignorant cultivators who wanted to take advantage of him, he wouldn't mind sending them on their way. He would also conveniently place their divine crystals and divine stones into his space ring. Big Brother Yi, do you have any plans? Yi Qinghan walked alone in silence as he pondered. Niu Yaohua saw that Yi Qinghan had been silent for a long time and couldn't help but ask, I don't have any plans. I just want to kill demons, earn enough points, and leave this place. Yi Qinghan turned his head and replied casually, But I have 10 times the points now. 10,000 points. This. Niu Yaohua frowned slightly and opened her eyes wide bitterly. Big brother Yi, you and sister Yao Rao should find another team to join. I will think of a way to earn points. Also, if you bring me along, you will be in constant trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? If I left you behind, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. If you mention this again, I will be angry. When Yi Qinghan saw that Niu Yaohua mentioned this again, he pretended to be angry. Then he snorted coldly and said, Isn't it just 100,000 points? If everything goes smoothly, I will be able to earn enough points before the Blood Moon Day. Trouble? Am I afraid that trouble won't come looking for me now? Hee, now that I can easily resolve the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura, I am not afraid of anyone below the God King realm. After speaking, Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked at Yi Qinghan's delicate body. Yi Qinghan saw the deep meaning in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and her face turned red again. She glared at Yi Qinghan with anger, looking extremely enchanting. Invincible below the God King realm. Niu Yaohua's eyes lit up as she thought about Yi Qinghan's shocking blade. When the black fog appeared, dozens of peak stage god generals were all killed. She couldn't help but feel a fire burning in her heart. Baleful aura? He must have used that strange blade to make him enter that half-crazed state. Easily resolved. However, this reminded her of the embarrassing scene in the stone cave and made her understand something. She didn't speak anymore as she blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan's straight-back view. Qinghan, are you really confident that you can obtain 10,000 points before the Blood Moon Day? Yi Qinghan was a little worried and hadn't spoken since they came out of the stone cave. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Kiki, do you think I would lie to you? You will know in a while. Yi Qinghan turned back and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Then he turned and ran to the left. There are demons over there. Oh, there are some here too. There are more than a dozen of them. After running a few thousand meters to the left, they saw patches of black fog in the distance. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. However, when she thought about Yi Qinghan's strange strength, she relaxed and prepared to see Yi Qinghan's performance. Yi Qinghan looked at the faintly discernible black fog around him and thought back to the first time he was surrounded by the demons. He thought of the thousands of people who had died. He thought of how he had met Yi Yao Rao and how he had been chased by the demons. He smiled. In the past, he was extremely afraid of demons and would run whenever he saw them. Now, he was the one who took the initiative to search for demons and even let them surround him. In just a few months, the situation had reversed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In this cruel divine world, strength was the most important thing. Yi Qinghan brought the two of them in a quick circle around the area. However, he did not kill any evil demons. Instead, he searched for boulders nearby. After running a few hundred meters, he found a huge rock and picked up Yi Qinghan's sword. Then, he started digging a hole. Why are we digging two holes? Under the puzzled gazes of Yi Yao Rao and Niu Yanhua, Yi Qinghan dug a stone cave. Then, he dug a small stone cave inside the stone cave. Then, he asked the two of them to enter the stone cave. He took out the Slaughter God blade and stuck it outside the stone cave. After entering the cave, Yi Qinghan fell silent. After a while, he said to Niu Yanhua awkwardly that, Miss Yanhua, you go into the other cave. I am going to lure a large group of demons over and kill them. For your safety, if I don't call you, don't come out. It would be best if you cultivate for a while and block your hearing. And that's it. Chapter 5:57. Yi Qinghan's strange, order-confused Niu Huahua, but she didn't say anything. She blinked her big eyes, nodded, and walked into the cave. Yi Qinghan seemed to understand a little. Her face blushed, and she turned her head away, pretending to look at the uneven stone walls of the cave. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and looked at Yi Qinghan. He smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Yao Rao, last night. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my murderous aura wouldn't have been suppressed so quickly." Yi Qinghan let out a voice as small as a mosquito. Then she turned her head and said with a pained expression, "You are not allowed to do stupid things in the future. Do you know how worried I was last night? How scared I was? Don't worry. I promise I won't do stupid things again." Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan's limpid eyes and said solemnly and confidently, he wasn't a masochist who liked to stab others when he had nothing better to do. If he had known that Yi Qinghan's cold energy could dissolve the murderous aura in his body so easily, he wouldn't have stabbed himself yesterday. Now, of course, he wouldn't. After thinking for a while, he said with some shame, "Yao Rao, I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it? Also, do we even need to ask for favors between us?" Yi Qinghan was a little surprised and said with some bitterness. Yi Qinghan thought that it was reasonable. The two of them had already done that, so he didn't have to worry too much. He simply said, you know that the blood moon day is approaching. We need to quickly obtain a large number of points. So, I need to use some extreme methods to kill a large number of demons. And if I use extreme methods, I will be attacked by the murderous aura. So, you understand. Extreme methods? Murderous aura? Yi Qinghan muttered and instantly understood. The invisible cold energy exuding from her body retracted. Her originally blushing face, ears, and neck turned bright red. She grabbed the hem of her dress and turned around, not daring to open her mouth. Last night was a very special moment, and she didn't have any scruples at that time. But now Yi Qinghan brought up this matter, and from what he said, it seemed that he was prepared to continuously kill demons. Then, did that mean that day and night she had to help him clear the murderous aura? Moreover, they had brought along a virgin girl. Yi Qinghan smiled awkwardly and reminded her, alluring, this is a critical moment. The evil demons outside are about to arrive. Yi Yara was a bit anxious when she sensed that the demon outside was quickly approaching. She bit her lip and didn't turn around. She only nodded slightly, but her head drooped even lower. "I'm going. Prepare to help me clear my killing intent." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. His body shot out, and he picked up the Slaughter God Saber at the entrance of the cave. Using the Slaughter God Saber's ability to attract the evil demons, he walked one round outside and attracted all the nearby evil demons. Then, without waiting for the Slaughter God Saber to finish attracting the aura, he rushed into the evil demon's aura and started killing them. When he felt that the killing intent in his mind had reached a certain level, he hurriedly flew back to the cave and stabbed the Slaughter God Saber at the entrance of the cave. His body trembled as he pounced towards the bashful Yi Yaorao. Killing the demons this way is really fast. Although Niu Yaohua was obediently waiting in the cave, she didn't listen to Yi Qinghan's words. Instead, she quietly released a trace of her divine sense to check the situation outside the cave. When she saw that Yi Qinghan had stabbed the Slaughter God Saber outside the cave, the evil demons started rushing over. In just 3 days and 3 nights, he had already obtained more than 300 points. At this rate, he might really be able to accumulate 10,000 points in a few months. However, at the same time that he was quickly accumulating points, Neo Yahua couldn't stand it anymore. She finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted to dig 2 caves and why he wanted her to seal her hearing and cultivate. During these 3 days, 3 different battles were held in the cave outside. Although the duration of each battle wasn't as intense and long as the first day, she also sealed her hearing many times and wanted to cultivate in peace. However, her heart couldn't calm down. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with embarrassing scenes. She was 14 or 15 years old and was at the age where a young girl yearned for love. She was also very curious about such things. Many times, she unconsciously opened her hearing and listened to the heavy breathing and suppressed moans outside. There were even a few times when she couldn't help but secretly release her divine sense to observe. The more she listened, the more she wanted to listen. The more she looked, the more she wanted to watch. Many times, she felt that she had become depraved and scolded herself for being shameless. However, she still couldn't help but listen and watch. There were even a few times when she couldn't help but fantasize that the person under Yi Qinghan would become her. Neo Yahua, you have to be pure. You can't help but fall into depravity. Neo Yahua bit her delicate lips harshly. She felt that these days had become a kind of torture. If this continued, she didn't know if she would go crazy. After another day, Neo Yahua's torturous life finally ended. After killing most of the evil demons in the vicinity, Yi Qinghan led the 2 of them and walked for a day. They crossed hundreds of miles and killed a martial artist team that was interested in the 3 of them. Then he found a boulder, dug 2 caves, and started hunting evil demons. Of course, as a large number of evil demons were killed, Neo Yahua's torturous life began again. Several days later, when Yi Qinghan brought Neo Yahua and Yi Yaorao back to the castle, a new round of demon hunters came out. However, they were surprised to find that the evil demons in baleful Stream had become very rare. In the past, evil demons could be seen everywhere, but now they couldn't even find groups of evil demons after half a day. Countless martial artists began to speculate and became even more cautious. The space around baleful Stream was still the same as before, without any changes. This meant that the frequency at which the evil demons passed through space was still the same as before. Where did so many evil demons go? Hee. In half a month, we've hunted down more than 1,300 points. Adding on our original points and the points we obtained from killing other martial artists, we now have nearly 2,000 points. In Courtyard 88, there was only Yi Qinghan's group of 3 in such a large courtyard. Yi Qinghan didn't avoid it and directly poured out all the items from the countless spatial rings in the backyard, almost filling the entire backyard. Then, he asked the 2 of them to help clean it up. After cleaning it up, he discovered that his points had actually reached nearly 2,000. Of course, a third of it was obtained from the crazy hunting of evil demons in the past half a month. Hee, Big Brother Yi, you can be considered a millionaire. The divine crystals, divine stones, divine swords, and treasures in your spatial rings probably add up to 300 million divine stones. Ordinary god kings probably aren't as wealthy as you are. Neo Yahua helped tidy up Yi Qinghan's treasures. Yi Qinghan very generously allowed the 2 of them to choose some suitable divine weapons and divine armors. He also began to choose. He had obtained so many treasures, but he didn't have time to properly inspect them. He also didn't know what special effects they had. If there was one that suited him, he would wear it. Why does this thing look so familiar? That's right. Fire God, Arm Guard. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan picked up an arm guard from the small mountain of treasures. He felt that it was incomparably familiar. At a glance, it was exactly the same as the fire god arm guard that he had exchanged for in the Divine City after the prefecture battle. Originally, that was a right hand, but this one was a left hand. Could it be that this is a set? Will there be special effects when I gather all of them? Yi Qinghan inspected it and discovered that this fire god arm guard was the same as the original one. It was made of unknown materials, but it was abnormally sturdy. He stabbed it a few times with Yi Qianrao's divine sword, but there wasn't even a scratch. However, there was no artifact spirit inside, and it wasn't a divine weapon either. This made him feel very strange.